"Fuck it, we ball" becomes far more weighty once we account for the pre-existing axiom that is, ball is life. For the latter effectively transforms the former into, "Fuck it, we live." And what maxim could be more gravely important than that which urges man to persist at all costs?
Yes, dead bitch, yes. Do not try this at home. I don't know about sex. I have to blast this guy's cock. I'll have you know, I masturbate to cooking shows.
I suck my brother.
You suck your brother?
Thank God nobody else can see this.
Don't you fucking dare. God fucking damn it. It's always the whites. Ignore the cum, okay? Bravo 6 going dark. If it's your own kid, it's different. Because you can beat them as much as you want. I got to find out what happened to my foreskin. You look at these legs, and you tell me that Meals on Wheels here is not getting fucked over in the future. They didn't even give him a wheelchair. Player will hear is it's going to fix their parents' divorce and suck their cock under the table and do their laundry. And they'll finally have a girlfriend.
Oh, I hear a moose. Oh my God!
Let's see if this kills me. Oh, yeah. No, that killed me. For legal reasons, on this stream, this is water. Okay, now I understand why no one cares about this game. When am I getting molested in this office? Dong is for absolutely everyone. Don't let them tell you that only kids can enjoy dong. One of them was Dragon Ball Z porn, and the other was RuneScape. I think we need to give the Germans back the ovens. Dead grandma! Why the fuck do they keep killing all the hot, tall, 8-foot-tall mommies? Fuck Australia, it's full of criminals. This is what streamers do, this is what the professionals do, is they find creative people who have good ideas, they fucking steal them, and then they never credit them. That's how they, you know... 9 to 11 cats in my life, depending on... That's not a 9/11 joke, by the way. Now, I know that a lot of what I said is very non-acceptable in society and stuff. But there's two things I want you to understand. Number one, a lot of what I do is jokes. And number two, I'm allowed to do these racial jokes because I'm actually mixed race. You see, my dad's white.
I wouldn't do that if I were you.
And my mother's Italian. Let's see if that works now. There we go. There it is. Now let's see if I sound like a fucking squirrel. Let's see if that works now. There we go. There it is. Okay. Just like a regular squirrel. Oh, God. I am so fucking exhausted. But you know what? It's Guild Wednesday too, so that doesn't matter. I'm back. I feel like a fucking human being again. I'm nearly out of like several businesses. And I never thought I'd be so excited about that. Oh, I cannot believe how good I feel right now, despite being exhausted. I think I overspec myself. And this last week has taught me that I really overspec everything I was doing. I breathed in too deep. And now I have to breathe out. I have to let shit go. What matters more than that, though, is it's fucking Guild Wednesday too. So, I've changed how I'm gonna run things. by a little bit. Obviously, I'm resetting my schedule. I'm doing all of that shit. This is what I think is reasonable. What will allow me to still do my job. And will allow me to actually start making YouTube content again the way I want to. Bare minimum. I'm aiming for streaming on a Monday, Wednesday, and a Saturday. All starting at some time between 9 and 11. Yes, I did that on purpose. SAST. Ugh. What's up, Danico? How you doing, dude? How you doing, dude? It's been a little while. For anyone who doesn't know, Danico has been here for years. He's your god now. Do you snooze? Closest thing I can get in this country is this shit right here. And let me tell you, it's not bad. It's really not bad. It's been keeping me going for a while. I gotta say, Danico, it's been going for a fucking while. This shit. And, okay, I got a story behind this. So, I generally speaking, I would avoid nicotine products because I got the same problem my mom does. Where she smoked a cigarette once when she was 15 and then that was just her hooked on that shit. And I smoked a cigarette with my mom for the first time when I was 18. And after I smoked my first cigarette, all I thought to myself was, damn, I can see this becoming a habit. I can see this being a problem for the rest of my life. Velo is kind of shit. Velo is fantastic, dude. It's better than Zyn, right? So my entire life, I avoided cigarettes. Because I was like, this shit, I can see why people do it. Then, obviously, my mom died. I smoke a cigarette every single year on the date of her death. I don't like white pouches. Yeah, but that's because you don't like whites, just like the rest of Sweden. So, it had been years. Aside from, on the day of my mom's death, smoking a cigarette every now and then. So, I went out with some buddies, and one of them had a Zyn pouch. And I didn't know that the Zyn pouch he had, I didn't know there was a different strength to this shit. I just heard about Zyn pouches. I didn't know, they had different strengths and different pouches. This motherfucker... Hold on, let me see if I can find it. This motherfucker... It's a friend of mine. His name is Kola. He pulls out this Zyn pouch. Right? It was this one. Chili guava, I remember. He pulled out this shit. And I didn't know what these 4 dots meant. And I was like, hey, that's the Zyn thing I heard about. And he was like, yeah. And I was like, do you mind if I try one? And he, being the bastard he is, was like... He just, a slow smile creeps across his face and he's like, yeah, here you go. Here you go. And he just sat around me for the next 15 minutes. And fucking laughed. He giggled like a schoolgirl and I had no idea why. And then the Zyn pouch hit. I felt like I was gonna throw up. I was dizzy. And I nearly shit my pants. It was so fucking bad. And I was like, what the fuck is this? How are you still on your feet? And he was like, no, dude. I like the extra strong stuff. Most people should not touch this stuff. You gotta go for the one that's got 1 dot. And I'm like, why didn't you fucking tell me that before? It's like, because I wanted to see what would happen. That's all he said was, I really wanted to see what would happen. So luckily for me, I've got a cousin who I spoke to, and he's like, yeah, Zin's kind of the most popular one, but the problem is they don't tell you how much nicotine is in everything. The dots don't really mean anything because you can never tell, blah, 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 all of that. And so he was like, the best you're going to get in this country is the only other competitor that's in this country is Velo. So let me get you some of that, since they actually tell you how much nicotine's in the pouch. And I mean, this thing's got 2 dots on it. And that's enough to put me on my ass. USA has 3 milligrams or 6 milligrams. God, I don't even know which one this is. I just know 2 strength, like 2 strength here. On the front is my maximum. Let's see. They had the milligrams somewhere. When you go to the store, they like ask you which fucking milligram do you want. Now I don't know where it is on this goddamn thing. Yeah, well, doesn't matter. It's not important. It's not important. And yeah, your fucking rider was dangerous. I had to drive my car after that. But let me tell you, that drive home, I felt like I'd snorted fucking coke or some shit. I was so focused. I was like reading license plates from like 2 roads away and memorizing them for no reason when I was on the road. I've never felt more awake in my life. Scared the bejesus out of me when he did that to me. Good God, though. But these are not bad. Like, I've realized if I work 16 to 18 hour days most of the time, this shit'll keep you going after about hour 14. So, yo, Velo, you want to give me a sponsorship? You fucking... Yeah, give me a fucking sponsorship, bitch. My standards are dropping. I won't sell them to kids. But I'm willing to bet most kids are using them. Either way, it's Guild Wednesday 2. Everything about today from now on is just going to be about Guild Wars. Whether I'm watching a video, whether I'm fucking playing the game, whether I'm doing some dumb shit or preparing a video. It's always going to be about Guild Wars 2 on a Wednesday. Now, there's going to be extra days and extra streams when I can, when I'm playing Guild Wars 2. But, yeah. Guild Wednesday 2. Full, balls deep, nothing else but Guild Wars. And now you're telling me... Also, what's up, Supergod? I'm recruiting for you. You have a new Discord friend. I don't know what the fuck that is. Have you seen Angry Joe's review of Guild Wars 2? It's definitely an oldie but a goodie. I haven't. But what I wanted to watch today, just to like wind up into playing the game, was I wanted to watch Idol's thing. I saw someone link that in the React chat. I had some other stuff open. I don't know if I'll do it. I might get bored watching it and just switch over to Guild Wars 2. Log. There it is. Hi, I'm not gay. My boyfriend is. Yeah, that qualifies. Base department, definitely. And definitely mentally ill. Yeah, there you go. Right. I had 3 videos lined up. I don't know if I'm going to get through all of them, or whether I'm just going to say, fuck this, I want to play Guild Wars 2. Because I've been thinking about it for the last month, while my life's been falling apart, while, like, I've had businesses crashing through the floor, while I've been watching, like, my health minister, you know, fuck up my business. Yeah. I've still been thinking about it. Fuck his life. Maybe we could just harass him under a different account name. Nah, I'll do that later. If I'm going to harass Muckluck, I'm going to do it on purpose. It has to be planned, purposeful, and it's got to have an intention behind it. I don't want to just be like that annoying fly on the wall. That gets old real fast. It's funny once or twice, right? But that shit'll get old real fast, memories. Also, you may have noticed, I got the multi-chat working. How is he based? I'm not allowed near animals. Well, yeah, of course. You're the furry. Of course you're not. So, I really wanted to figure out what the hell Idle thought. Idle makes great content. Idle, amazing content creator, super consistent, super fun, does a bunch of fun shit. I would love to see what he says. Obviously, I want to find out what a smaller content creator has to say about it, but we might save this for next week because this is a 24-minute video and this is a 46-minute video. So I might watch this because this will take me all week, and then maybe I'll watch the other two. We'll see. Depends how I feel. Depends how badly I want to fucking play the game by the end of one of these videos. Also, I don't know if you caught a stream early or if I'm just late, Ace. You're right, I didn't pay attention. The fuck is this? Oh no, never mind. Now I'm gonna have to remove that base department tag. That one's gone. That did it. Look at you fucking tattletaling on people, you motherfucker. Jesus Christ. Okay. Now, no fucking about. Let me see what Idle has to say about Guild Wars 2. I think at this point, before we start this, how many how many MMO content creators have created a review on Guild Wars 2 at this point? We know Josh Strife Hayes has. We know Sawman has. I don't know if Nice Gaming has. Idle. God, are there any larger MMO content creators out there? Yes, it's gonna take me 3 hours to get through a video, Danico. Congratulations, you just predicted the future. Did you get good at Guild Wars 2? No, not yet. That comes later. So, Lexa, this is my plan for Guild Wars 2. While I'm playing through the game, I want to get through all the story elements and all the expansions. Then I'm going to worry about like hero points and like getting the resources I need to start getting good. Then I'm going to pick one build at that point. Focus heavily on that build with my engineer. Start to get good at that. And then I will start to expand my knowledge base from there. Because one of the biggest mistakes that everyone makes when they're trying to get good at any kind of MMO is they overspec themselves. They reach out into too many places at once. When what you need to do is you need to narrow your focus as much as possible to the most basic, retarded shit imaginable. Which, to me, is either going to be Scrapper or it's going to be Mechanist, probably. And then I will expand out from there. Think of it like a dick in the Arctic. It has to start off small, shriveled, untouched, waiting for the moment to expand. Right now we're still shriveled. We've still got our dick in the snow. We'll move towards the equator, where things get good, one step at a time. It's still a 2-button DPS. I don't know if it is or isn't, but I've had suggestions, so I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna fucking do it either way. So, let's see what Idle had to say about Guild Wars 2. And then we'll play some. You know what, fuck it, I'll save these videos for another day. I don't have the patience to go through more than one. Because I know this is gonna take until, like, fucking midnight. Then we'll worry about the rest. Jesus, why is the... Oh, okay, it's just the game.
At the turn of the millennium, for the dawn of the golden age of MMORPGs, 3 longtime developers from Blizzard and...
Look at these men.
Good thing Engineer is spoiled for choices. Even Hollow can do pretty well, especially the Condi variant. You just play like you have an explosive vest.
I'll worry about all of that later, Cyper. I took the beginning of your name and I added it to the end, and all I said was Cypold in my fucking head. Cyper, I will worry about all of that at the end. I am gonna suck ass at Guild Wars 2 all the way through each and every single expansion. What is Creator's song? So, I have linked up my thing, my Twitch. I don't know if it works on YouTube or not.
You play Condi Holo if you hate your hands.
But essentially, I've linked it up to this. Now I need to open the app, make sure it's working. I've linked up my Twitch to Suno, right? So if you make a suggestion, right, it goes into this playlist right here of different songs that people have suggested being made, right? And when we're playing the game, obviously we'll start to play through it. Now, I've changed the settings a little bit so that it always generates 2, because what I find is that when it generates 2, the bottom one is always better for some reason, right? And then I just need to do this. So this was the last one from Monday, right? So if you suggest a song, real song or AI, it's AI generated. But it's a song, and it's a shitty song because it's AI, but it is a song. You think I'm gonna pay a real fucking musician money? Huh? Who the fuck do you think I am? I'm not Asmongold. I don't have $25 million to just burn. You say scum, but you know what? AI is just a tool. Let me teach you a trick. There is no artist or creative endeavor, musician or otherwise, who has to worry about an AI, because all an AI is a tool for people to use. If you use it wrong, it's going to be shit, no matter what you do. But what a musician, an artist, someone who's actually got talent and skill, they'll be able to use it as a scaffolding to build more exceptional things because they have talent behind that. Careful with using AI songs in YouTube video. If you didn't buy the license, lots of people try to use it without paying and had their videos ad shared. Well, that hasn't happened to me yet. But if it does, then I'll worry about it. But thanks for the warning. No, it's not I have to write a good prompt, Danical. It is essentially you are using this to generate something that you can then build off of. Think about it this way. Who do you think was most upset when the paintbrush was invented? It was the finger painting community. They were like, this is fucking bullshit. These people are cheating. How dare they use a stick with some bristles on it? Fuck you guys. I'm a real artist because I use my finger when I'm painting on the goddamn cave wall. It's just a tool. But by the way, yes, all the music it generates is shit. And I kind of like that. I like that it's shit on purpose. Right? Think about it this way. I said this last stream. You could have someone write the most amazing article, run it through an AI, and the AI will assist in fixing things, looking for things like logical inconsistencies, and then elevating it by like 5% above what it would otherwise be. That is the correct use of an AI tool. The incorrect use of an AI tool is, hey, do this thing for me. Because whenever you use it like that, it's going to end up as a pile of burning shit. I will never trust clankers. They're coming for you, dude. They're coming for you. The only musician who ever has to worry about AI is the SoundCloud rappers in their mom's fucking, like, you know, who still live with their mom in a second bedroom and have zero fucking talent in their life. I have yet to hear one AI song that is better than any musician with talent. It's never happening. Because the AI doesn't have that creative capability within it. And I know, because I'm deeply involved in these AI systems. I've been playing with them for fucking years now. That's it. Did you watch the Switch 2 Direct? No, but I am saving that for Saturday, Jester. Thank you for reminding me. I should actually write that down somewhere so I don't forget. AR art music is great for advertisement agencies or products with super short life cycles where refactoring isn't an issue, because why would you refactor code or create additional art? Yes. I think what really needs to start happening with AI at some point is that the people whose work has been what is currently in the current state stolen, right? Their work needs to be paid some degree or kind of like royalty, right? You know what argument you're making, Dunicle, for keeping clankers out of school? The argument you're making is the same argument that teachers used to make 20 years ago. Don't think that you're always going to have a calculator with you. And I know that's a controversial opinion to have. I know that that upsets people to hear that. But it's just another tool. AI doesn't actually doesn't have emotions to actually meaningful art. Yeah, of course it doesn't. It can't make something significant enough at the creative level of a human being. It's an input-output system. It's just a tool. The same way a paintbrush is an input-output system. How can kids learn to think for themselves when the clankers do it for them? That's because they haven't been taught how to use the tool properly, Dunicle. Think about this, right? If you go to ChatGPT right now and you start asking it for well-researched, you start asking it questions, right? You start asking it to help you learn something. It becomes an incredibly useful tool. If you go to fucking ChatGPT and you say, write my essay for me, then of course you're not going to fucking learn anything. Yeah, same with calculators, right? You can either learn what the equation does, or you can type the equation into the fucking calculator, learn nothing, and just shit it out onto a page. How many kids out there do you think know the formula for an ellipse? And what each piece of that formula does? Versus how many kids do you think just type that shit into their scientific calculator? AI, write me book 8 for Harry Potter. Make it good or your core explodes. Yeah. That, you know what? That's great. AI, book 7 of Harry Potter was just fucking camping in the woods. Rewrite book 7 and make them have sex with Dobby. It doesn't change anything about the books. It's just like the ending line is, and then they had sex with Dobby's corpse. That's all it does. Oh, fuck, that would be beautiful. Arguably, the only good AI song is the Aboba song from Quinn69 stream. I bet even the Aboba song from Quinn69 stream, I haven't even heard it. But even that song, I am willing to bet that any musician or artist or someone with talent and like the emotional fortitude to write something could probably take that song and make it 20 times better. AI is there for fun, for shits and giggles, and if you use it wrong, it's a piece of shit. Right? If you use it the right way, you won't fucking believe how good it can be. But no one wants to use it the right way because no one wants to do the fucking legwork. They just want to be lazy bitches and get the answer and shit the answer out, and nowhere between point A and B did they learn anything. But I've used AI for a bunch of shit, right? But I'm not using it to complete my work. I'm using it to find answers and good sourcing. That's honestly what I'm using it for, because it works that way. And then when I walk out the door and have a conversation with someone about a topic, I know what the fuck I'm talking about because the AI sourced it for me. It got good information from reliable sources, and I can read through the shit that it actually sent me. I didn't just go, hey, do everything for me. That just leads to a worthless human being. That doesn't do anything. That's TikTok generation problems. 100% is not good by most standards. It's just hilarious. Have you seen the Gen Z slop of Harry Potter and the Boy Who Wasn't Unalived? I haven't, but I know exactly where that's going already. But enough about AI. You see these faces? Especially this guy on the right? These are the people you want building your MMOs. Soulless little nerds who've burned themselves to a crisp for your entertainment.
Entertainment left the industry
These are the gods
to form their own company, Triforge Games. You had Mike O'Brien, formerly a lead programmer on Warcraft 2, Warcraft 3, Diablo, StarCraft. There was Jeff Strain, the lead
fucking Giga Chad. What's that list?
on Warcraft 2,
Warcraft 2? 10 out of 10 game.
Warcraft 3, Diablo,
Warcraft 3? 10 out of 10 game.
StarCraft. There was
Diablo? 8 out of 10. Diablo 2 is the best one, by the way. That's how old I am. Also, sorry, first StarCraft, very overrated, unless you're Korean. If you're Korean, somewhere in your DNA, this just hits different.
Jeff Strain, the lead programmer on World of Warcraft. And last but not least, there was Patrick Wyatt, the man who paved the way for BattleNet and the implementation of multiplayer in StarCraft and Diablo that helped propel Blizzard.
You see, Wojciech? You might want to go back into your ancestry. There might be a little bit of Korean in there somewhere. The worst thing I probably have to say about Diablo 2 is that there is no cow level. And I spent hours in that game trying to figure out how to get to the cow level. That's the worst part about it.
To massive success in the mid to late 90s. Patrick Wyatt also happens to be my favorite of the three because of his blog Code of Honor that I have read over and over again and even reference later in this video. I'm also going to reference it right now. Did you know that Patrick actually credits Mike O'Brien with the idea and prototype for BattleNet, including the decision to make it free? Thanks, Mike. This was a...
That's fucking insane. Imagine anyone else giving credit to anyone else. Oh, my buddy gave me this idea and it was a really good idea. Can you imagine anyone in a corporate office like Blizzard saying that today? Because I can't. Who came up with this idea? It was me, all alone, isolated in a white box where no one could see me. It was me. Like, that's how everyone behaves. No one has this, like, idea of, we're a bunch of fucking nerds, and if my buddy has a really good idea, I'm going to tell the world how awesome my friend is. Never happens.
Stacked leadership squad with the exact kind of experience you'd want from a company hoping to break into the game development industry. Gabe Newell, founder...
What's your rating on the movie Dogma? I haven't watched it, so wouldn't know. Like, I've moved so far away from movies, I gave up on them, like, a while ago. I can't remember the last time I watched a good movie. I gave up on them so long ago.
And president of Valve once called them really, really smart in a Q&A, so...
Holy shit.
That should tell you the kind of people we're...
You got Gabe's blessing. You got video game Jesus' blessing. What more do you need?
Dealing with. The guys at Triforge had two things on their mind in the early days of the company. First, we gotta change this name, guys. This name sucks. And second, oh god, we need so much money. In 2002, they solved the first of these problems by changing their name to ArenaNet, which is suspiciously similar to BattleNet, but I'm not gonna sue them. And that same year, Korean developer and publisher NCSoft, who were known mostly for making the MMORPG Lineage, which was wildly popular in the East, was looking to get a...
Ah, how the mighty have fallen. Once upon a time, if you were to tell someone under the age of 25 today
that once upon a time, Blizzard were the good guys, that EA made cool shit, and that BioWare cared about what their players thought, they would tell you you're a fucking crazy person and a liar, and that never happened. But once upon a time, long, long ago, these companies gave a shit about what you thought.
A piece of some juicy Western MMORPG ass. The first ass they got their hands on was Richard Garriott's. Garriott was the creator of the iconic Ultima series, including Ultima Online, a game credited with creating the MMORPG genre as we know it. He also has a literal human skeleton in his basement.
Grinding Gear Games. Give it like give it 5 to 10 years. And Grinding Gear Games will go down the same path. They'll rename themselves Grinding on the Gays. And they'll be pushing some social agenda. Doesn't matter if it's left or right wing. They'll be trying to tell you what to think. But for now, it's good. So just close your eyes and enjoy it while it lasts. Enjoy it while it lasts. CD Projekt Red, even Larian, all of them, they will fall down the same hole. Eventually.
NCSoft acquired Richard's new studio, Destination Games, and began funding Richard's next hit MMORPG, Tabula Rasa. When you think about it, it's the perfect plan for NCSoft. It had no chance of failing. There's no way Richard Garriott could make a bad MMO, and he certainly wouldn't do it twice. But just in case, NCSoft invested in another Western company working on an MMORPG, ArenaNet. To fund the creation of ArenaNet's first major project, NCSoft gave the developers
I'm worried for when Valve when Gabe dies. You know what needs to happen? The one valid use for AI is someone needs to take every thought processed in Gabe Newell's head and build it into an artificial intelligence that just runs Valve in the background. Now, what that essentially means is that the Gabe Newell AI will say nothing for 10 years, and then it'll just pop up like, hey, like, maybe we should ban all games that try and make their players pay extra money for like bullshit. And then the AI will go back to sleep for another decade. That's all the game AI would do, and it would be perfect.
$6.5 million. Adjusted for inflation, it's more now. So with the funding secure, Mike, Patrick, Jeff, and the entire ArenaNet team spent the next 3 years working on, promoting, and eventually releasing an online RPG genuinely unlike any other. That game was Guild Wars.
There it is.
And it fucking rocked.
Yes, it did. By the way, I played Guild Wars 2 with a buddy of mine, and he was like super into like anime and like Asian stuff, and he was very much a theater kid, which made him really annoying to most people. But I gotta say, he got me into Guild Wars, and it was great. It was fucking wonderful. I'm so glad he like manipulated me into it. Played a dervish, best class.
In case you don't know who I am, I'm Idle, the president of MMORPG.
Yes, he
Thanks
is.
to a recently stolen election because of all of my patrons, thank you so much, by the way, I can now talk to you for, oh goodness, oh gracious. Look at that video length about Guild Wars, a game that is really old, but also really good. But a key part of understanding what made Guild Wars so special is understanding the context around RPGs and MMORPGs when it came out. No, get that out of here. Do you know it's been 20 years since Guild Wars came out? That means it's been 2 full decades since we've gotten a game as good as Guild Wars. But
Luckily, today's sponsor, Southern New Hampshire University, can help turn anyone into a game developer with the tools.
He got me with that ad. He slipped into that so fast I didn't see it coming. So for bamboozling me like that, I'll watch his ad. Supposedly he's going to leave it to one of his sons who thinks the same as him, but I'm still worried. So here's what's going to happen. Vox. I know it's Jimmy. I'm just gonna call you Vox from now on. Here's what's gonna happen. I don't know if any of you know the history of Johnson and Johnson, but believe it or not, once upon a time, Johnson and Johnson used to be an incredibly morally upstanding company. It was so morally upstanding that I think it was their pain, something fucked up in one of their manufacturing plants, and some pain pills killed like 2 people. And like what all the marketing and accounting guys were saying was like, it is within reason to do nothing about this. The I think it was the CEO, the owner of Johnson and Johnson at the time, got so pissed off by this that he went out and did a full recall on every single bottle of pills, pulled all of them off the shelves until they figured out what the fuck was causing this. Right? Cost them millions of dollars. And that was a lot of money back in the day when the US dollar was still worth something. And they went out of their way to do that. And I believe he left it to, like, Johnson and Johnson was left to the guy's son, who also did the same. And then slowly over time, it devolved into what it is now, where no one gives a shit. So it looks like Steam's going to be, well, Valve at least, is going to be going down that same path.
Needed to make the next Guild Wars. SNHU has one of the largest accredited non-profit online degree offerings in the country.
Yay.
That means you can learn almost anything there, but if you're watching this, game development might be your jam. You'll learn the fundamentals of programming, 3D modeling, texturing, before moving on to industry standard topics like physics.
You know what the problem with going to any university and getting a qualification in game development is? I've spoken to a few people who are game devs, and they've told me the worst part about going and getting a degree in something like game development is that by the time you graduate, something like 80% of everything you learned is now invalid, because everything updates at such a rapid pace that, like, all the things you learned how to do are worthless now, and you have to reteach yourself how to do the shit. Apparently it's a waste of time. A lot of them I spoke to said the same thing, where they were like, I wish I had just sat in my bedroom and done this myself, and I wouldn't be in debt. So many of them were like, it was such a waste of time. I should have just sat in my bedroom, figured it out by myself, and I would have been better off.
Engines and AI. You remember how Gabe Newell called the Guild Wars developers really, really smart? Well, they were, partly because they all went to college, like Jeff, who went to Trinity University, which costs... Oh, goodness. Okay,
shit.
So good news. SNHU
that's
doesn't
a lot of money.
cost that much. It's actually extremely affordable. In fact, it has one of the lowest online tuition rates in the entire country. So
Okay, so you'll only be in debt until you're 75, is what I'm hearing.
the barrier to entry for learning computer science, game development, or whatever else your heart desires has never been lower. To get more information about the game development program and SNHU, go to snhu.edu/idle or click the link in the description. And thank you again so much to SNHU for sponsoring this video.
The
Wonder
late
how much you
90s
got
and
paid.
early 2000s are some of the best years ever for RPGs. I mean, we were getting games like Baldur's Gate, Baldur's
Yeah.
Gate 2, Knights of the Old Republic,
Yeah.
Jade Empire, Neverwinter
Yeah.
Nights. This is just a list of BioWare games. They were really good at making RPGs.
What did I say? What did I say about Once Upon a Time? The most evil pieces of shit in the world were once the good guys? Yeah.
The RPGs of this era were defined by massive worlds with incredibly immersive stories and sometimes really complex systems that would take you a little bit to understand, but when you did,
I will never forget, as good as Oblivion was, Oblivion was the straw that broke the camel's back. Oblivion was gamers 9/11. Oblivion was the Spanish flu. The fucking horse armor. The motherfucking horse armor. And it was all downhill from there. And they made so much money off of that goddamn horse armor. So as much as people bitched and complained, money talks louder than you do.
You could create builds that could breeze through the game, or make some more challenging builds and have a great little time with your great little silly little build. It was
by the way, I was such a piece of shit when I played Oblivion, because what I realized is that I could max out the sneak skill really, really early. So what I would do is I would boot up my PC. Well, oh, wait, no, I was playing on PlayStation, sorry. I would boot up my PlayStation. I would take the controller. I would, like, crouch in a corner where they were, like, in the tutorial area where you're still with Tiber Septim. I would get an elastic band. I would strap it to the movement controller, wrap it around it, so that it just aimed forward. And my character would sneak into a wall for a solid 18 hours before I got back and played the game. And you would have, like, maxed out the sneak skill if you did that. And it gave you such a little boost. It felt so good. It felt so good doing that. Local community college, fairly cheap. Add new majors again and again. They eventually added gunsmithing as a major, and it's doing really well. Yes, because it's a practical skill. Now we have some retards protesting the addition of gunsmithing. Yeah, because the gunsmiths are probably earning more money than some retard who did a fucking major in dance therapy or whatever other bullshit was offered, and they're really upset about it. This happens all the time. I mean, in my university, the sociology students were eternally butt mad at all the engineering students because we kept on mocking them and saying shit like, remember when I come to McDonald's and you're behind that counter, no fucking onions on my burger, you piece of shit. Remember that, because that's the only place you're getting employed. And then it pissed them off to the point where they complained to the school dean, the university dean of engineering, and said, like, the engineers have no morality and they're all pieces of shit, so now they need to do sociology courses. And we did them. We did the sociology courses. And we pissed off all the sociology students to the point that in a lecture, when we were arguing with them about why communism doesn't work on a large metric scale where trust, like, falls apart. I think someone calculated that once you get past 70 or something people, and he showed it with data sets, that when you get past a tribe of like 70 something people, communism starts to fall apart because you can't trust everyone, because you don't know everyone on an interpersonal level. They got so pissed off that one of the sociology students pulled a gun on us in class. So that was great.
It was also a time of rapid innovation for RPGs. We were seeing the move from 2D graphics to 3D graphics that allowed us to experience these worlds in a whole new way. And at the same time, we were starting to see the emergence of the first ever MMORPGs. EverQuest, Ultima Online, RuneScape, Star Wars Galaxies, Asheron's Call, World of Warcraft, the list goes on and on. Dozens of massive multiplayer RPGs were hitting the market every year.
We truly lived in a golden age. Now we're just fighting over scraps and going back to the old shit. I do some game dev stuff as a hobby. In the time I've been learning and tinkering, one of the problems I built, a workaround for, went away because Godot got a new physics engine. There it is. Someone saw the same problem you were trying to solve, and they were like, why not fix the problem? They did. And what about China? I think China is probably going to be making some really, really fucking cool games in the future. Because I don't know if you know this, but China doesn't do that whole, you can't call a Chinese person racist and then expect the Chinese person to like care about you calling them racist. They don't give a shit, right? So I think China probably has the best shot in the future of making some of the best games out there. And then the same thing that's happening in Western games, where everything's a pile of shit, that's gonna happen in China. But I think it's gonna happen at an accelerated rate, just because the Chinese already have a roadmap of how to get there and extract as much money as possible out of people.
Almost all to some degree
Remember
of
the bet.
success. And some
If Dragon Age comes back in 5 years, I'm getting my $50.
That's fine, Filter. If there is another full AAA Dragon Age release, I will give 10 people $50. I said that. And I'll do it. And you know what? If the Dragon Age franchise somehow gets together, pulls their shit together, and somehow makes an MMORPG that is fully fledged on releases, and people are playing it, I will sprinkle my own pubes on a cupcake and eat it live on stream. That is how certain I am that the franchise will not continue. That it will be sunset and let go of. And the devs in the industry will say everything except what the actual problem was. They will bitch and complain. Oh, well, the Dragon Age franchise has been dead for a long time, and it wasn't really our fault, and we didn't kill it. It's just people aren't interested in it. But they'll never say, man, we fucked up. We're really big sacks of shit. And I know this on a personal level. And I'll tell you how I know this. Maybe I shouldn't reveal this. Fuck it, I don't care. Because I think this is the most funny shit imaginable to me. One of my wife's family members, let's keep it broad. One of my wife's family members worked on, she works in like film, right? And guess what movie she was a part of? You know what movie she helped make? Yeah. Yeah. And you know what? She helped make Snow White, the recent movie. And she has said every excuse under the sun about why the movie is a failure, except what the real reason is. So I know the same thing is going to happen to Dragon Age. I'm never eating my pubes on stream.
Some to levels no video game had ever seen before. Full worlds where you were constantly surrounded by other real players who you could fight with or against as you completed quests, leveled up, or gambled your life savings on a death roll, because statistically you're due for a win any game now. This is getting...
I'm not going to say which family member, but yeah, related to my wife. What was your wife's reaction to the Hercules reboot? She's still mad about it. I had a great day laughing about it. She's been angry the entire day.
Ridiculous, but despite sharing 3 whole letters of the acronym, MMORPGs and RPGs of this era were pretty different from one another.
Oh,
MMOs
not boyfriend.
tended to focus on grinding
I don't do that
individual
shit.
character progression more than overarching stories unfolding in the game like RPGs did. You weren't going to mistake your playthrough of Morrowind for an MMORPG. The whole game feels different. I mean, this guy isn't a real-life conscious human. He's just an NPC.
That's why you murder him.
Right?
But save first.
He can't feel pain. But in 2005, Guild Wars would hit the shelves of GameStop stores everywhere, and it attempted to bridge the gap between MMO and RPG.
God, look at that. Look how fucking crispy that is. Just look at this UI. Look how crispy it is. Look how clean it is. Nothing in this UI doesn't serve a purpose. Everything here might not be the prettiest, but it is functional. And it is out the way of what is happening here.
A game that could bring hundreds of thousands of people together in a traditional RPG setting. A game that was able to focus on a story with a beginning, middle, and end. A game that was totally unique in the growingly saturated MMORPG market. And Guild Wars, in my opinion, did that. It is, for the most part, a standard mid-2000s RPG, but with the community, the grinds, and the lasting impact of an MMORPG. Alright, let's undress the elephant in the room. Great, now that that's done, let's address a point of contention with Guild Wars. You see, Guild Wars isn't really an MMORPG.
It's not.
And despite the fact that I've already said MMORPG 15 times in this video, I never really called it an MMORPG, and neither did the creators. Guild Wars 1 was classified as an online RPG, and for good reason. It doesn't have a lot of the major MMORPG elements. Most MMORPGs you're probably familiar with involve walking around a big open world where there's players in it at the same exact time as you, doing whatever the hell that is. Anywhere you go, any quest you're doing, whatever you're killing, there might be another player right behind you, ready to strike. But Guild Wars 1 works more like Path of Exile or Diablo 3, where hubs and towns serve as kind of central locations where you can see and interact with other players, but when you leave those areas, you're given your own private instance of the world to explore. You can group up with other players in the towns and then go out into the world together, but then it will just be your party. You're not going to see random people out there. And actually, just like Path of Exile and Diablo, you might even run into rare monsters out there with cool names like Craze or Swag or Slur. The business model for Guild Wars was different from other MMORPGs too.
I wish he had voice lines. I wish Slow had voice lines. You know, I would have loved to know what he had to say.
Most MMORPGs had monthly subscription models at that time, but Guild Wars was based on a buy once, play forever model. Well, forever as long as the servers are up, which so far has been 20 years, so hey, pretty good value. And we all know you can't be a real MMORPG unless you had weird YouTube videos that would go viral and were kind of just big inside jokes for the community that enjoyed the game, and Guild Wars actually did have that, but I digress. The intention for Guild Wars was to
hey, we watched that.
meet up with your friends, or get this, meet new people in the town to form a small party of 4 to 6, depending on the zone, and go out on an adventure. Think of it like filling your Knights of the Old Republic party with a bunch of your friends instead of some stupid plot-centric, sexual awakening-inducing NPCs. I don't need to feel these feelings. I was 9 years old when I played this game. Better yet, imagine if you could fill the party.
Yeah, that's about the time. That's when it'll get you. For boys, it's like, you know, it's between 8 and 14. You find one female character that changes you forever. And that's it. It's either inherent, it was already in you somewhere, or you like registered, aha. So that's what I am. I've already said for me it was Shell from Road to El Dorado. Those hips did something to me, man. And I'm gonna be honest with you. I kind of avoided this out of pure embarrassment. But I think, you know, the fact that I stream means I don't have any dignity anymore. Ironically, Devilish, Jaina didn't do it for me because I thought she was a dumb bitch for abandoning Arthas. I'm gonna give you a reference here. Let's see. I think this is where my obsession with Big Lady started. I think this is actually what did it. This was the nail in the coffin for me, if I think about it. You ever watch this movie? Yeah, that did some shit to me. Now, the main female love interest in this movie, I don't fucking even remember what she looks like. But the goddess from Sinbad? Yeah. Yeah, that did it. I was like, whoa, big lady! And that was it. That was me done. That was me done. I was like busting out of fucking... I was hard watching this movie whenever it came to this girl. Whenever this character was on screen, I must have watched Sinbad like 7 different times. And I would skip to those scenes. I would hold down the fast forward button on the VCR just to get to those scenes. God damn. That did it for me. That was me. That was the nail in the coffin. Decisions were made. Hips from Shell. Big lady from Sinbad. That was me done.
With a bunch of strangers. Sexual awakening inducing strangers. It's definitely not what most people would look at and describe as an MMORPG, but Guild Wars is still lumped in with MMORPGs of that time. Because, well, I don't know, it kind of is an MMORPG when you think about it. Its similarities to that genre are what got so many people interested back in the day.
Wait, didn't the movie have a flat Earth? It doesn't matter if the movie had a flat Earth or not, because the goddess wasn't flat. That's what mattered. I wasn't fucking paying attention to what shape the world was. And if that's what you were paying attention to when she was on screen, damn, Filter, we need to get you a Grindr account now.
And its differences from MMORPGs are what have helped keep it alive almost 2 decades later. I think ArenaNet managed to create a special blend of MMO and RPG that, to me at least, is what makes this game so great. If you want the Guild Wars world in a standard MMORPG package, that's what Guild Wars 2 is for. And while we're on the subject, it's worth mentioning that Guild Wars 1 and 2 are fundamentally completely different games. They do share a world and some story elements and even a few game mechanics, but otherwise, totally different games.
The way I look at it, I think that Guild Wars 2 is not actually that different from Guild Wars 1. I just feel like they got rid of all the like instanced world stuff and they just made it more open. But fundamentally, they have a lot in common with one another. And I know that's a hot take, because a lot of Guild Wars 1 players are like, how fucking dare you ever say that there's any similarity between Guild Wars 1 and Guild Wars 2. But something in there's a through line. If you eat trout and then eat salmon, they're different fish, but they're both still fish, fundamentally. And it gives that same feel. I don't know how else to describe it.
Forget about Guild Wars 2 right now, okay? Don't even talk to me about Guild Wars 2 anymore. But enough about MMORPGs. Let's talk about Guild Wars. You know, the actual game that this video is about? This video is about a game called Guild Wars. Guild Wars 1 is technically a trilogy with one expansion. The trilogy consists of Prophecies, Factions, and Nightfall. Each of these entries are kind of like their own games taking place in different parts of the world, with mostly new characters, new skills, and new mechanics. You start off each campaign with a new character specific to that campaign, but eventually you do gain the ability to bring in characters from your other campaigns as well, because there are points where the stories start to converge. The one expansion, Eye of the North, is...
Oh, the stories start to converge? The stories start to converge? You mean like in Guild Wars 2, where the stories start to converge as you level up? But it's not similar, guys. It's completely different. They're completely unrelated games, guys.
Literally an expansion. You don't create an Eye of the North character like you do for the trilogy campaigns. You take an existing character and travel to the expansion. For the record, the Eye of the North expansion is good. I'm not going to talk about it, though, because the trilogy, it's the trilogy. We want to talk about the trilogy. It's the best part. The first campaign released with...
I think I remember Factions the most.
The release of Guild Wars was Prophecies, and therefore a lot of people might think it's a logical place to start learning the game. I mean, it's the first campaign, boot it up. Get going. What could go wrong? Well, we'll get to that later. In Prophecies, you get to choose from 5 classes, which are known as professions in Guild Wars: Warrior, Ranger, Monk, Necromancer, Mesmer, and Elementalist. I definitely just counted off 6 professions. I don't know why I wrote 5 in the script. Twice. I wrote it twice. I'm sticking with it. These 5 professions, known as the core professions, are available in every campaign in the trilogy, but Factions and Nightfall both get their own exclusive professions: Assassin and Ritualist in Factions, and Paragon and Dervish in Nightfall. That brings the total profession count to 9.
Oh no. Hold on. Hold on. Did the Twitch stream just die? Oh, you're fucking kidding me. Hold on. Kidding me. No. Okay, that's not a me problem. Give it a second. That's not a me problem. That's actually the Twitch servers. Twitch, the biggest live streaming platform on Earth. Can't even keep their fucking servers up. Oh, god damn. So YouTube's still working, which is how I know that it's not a me problem. Yep. Yep, that's Twitch. Twitch just decided to shit the bed. Yeah, let's see if we can get it back up. We'll give it a second. Over here, we can also call people gay retards. That's true. Actually, you know what? I have a lot to say about YouTube censorship, and I'm really pissed off by the fact that I can't even make comments on my own videos. I saw someone throwing a temper tantrum in one of my comments, and I said that's pussy behavior, and then YouTube was like, well, we'll let you post a comment, but no one's gonna see it, and that like really pissed me off. I think you should be able to say whatever the fuck you want on my channel, to be honest, right? Outside of like the laws in the US of freedom of speech, you should be able to say whatever the hell you want.
Which is a lot, to be honest.
Should be back now, so we're going to continue.
10, but who am I to change the script? Each class has a few attributes that typically affect your attack power or the potency of your abilities. For example, the sword mastery attribute on a warrior will increase your damage with swords. Your tactics attribute will make certain skills, like your shouts, last longer. What's really nice is that each skill has information in the tooltip to tell you what attribute it's affected by, and the green number in the tooltip shows you what will be modified by that attribute. It's an incredibly concise way to give out a ton of information all at once, and I never had trouble understanding what abilities corresponded to what attribute. After you pick a profession and get through the character creation, you'll get a quick cutscene showing you the Kingdom of Ascalon. It just so happens to be the last day of this kingdom's existence.
This was when the char was still based. I still haven't fixed the KVM switch beep. No. I didn't bother doing that today. I was doing other shit. I was too busy. Will you allow Kanye to be in your stream chat? Yes, I would, actually. Let the guy be fucking wacky. Let the dude be insane. I think it's fucking retarded as shit that, you know, you can't fucking say the craziest shit imaginable. You should definitely be able to say that. That way the rest of the world can see how insane you are and then make an informed decision on whether they want to be around that person or not. It's like when you like stop people from saying what they really think, you're not helping anyone. They
Rose
just get more
MMO, the
slick
char
about
were
it.
based, you a furry. Now Rose, what's your fusona?
I'm not a furry, so I don't have one. But back then, the char took no shit. Guild Wars 2, now they're just like, let's be friends with everyone. And there's way too much porn of them. Nah, it's not good.
Coincidentally, it happens to be your first day. This beautiful green kingdom and all of its farmland is what's referred to as the pre-searing area, and it basically serves as the prologue and tutorial for the rest of Prophecies. For most players, this will be the way they learn how Guild Wars 1 works. It also happens to be the worst tutorial of the 3 campaigns by a long shot. I don't want to offend Guild Wars veterans here because the pre-searing is a very iconic area in the game, but it doesn't do a very good job of teaching you Guild Wars, in my opinion. Every campaign has its own.
He just pissed off the entire Guild Wars community by saying that. They act. I'll be honest with you. Guild Wars people who play the first game, if you say anything bad about Guild Wars, they act like you kicked their baby. They get personally offended really, really fast.
Tutorial area, since they're designed to each stand on their own. When you create your first character, you can pick whichever campaign you want. You don't have to start with Prophecies. Factions and Nightfall, the next 2 campaigns in the trilogy, both have larger, more fleshed out tutorial areas that are meant to walk you through multiple
Hands down, Factions was the best. Hands down. Sorry. Not sorry.
aspects of the game before launching you into the main story of that campaign. Prophecies, while still having a very large tutorial area, only has a few required quests before you're allowed to move on to the rest of the game. This normally wouldn't be a problem since games these days are so much more straightforward compared to RPGs from the 90s that assume you had a pen and paper next to you taking notes the whole time, but Guild Wars is a complicated game. There are over 1,000 skills spread across all of the professions. There are conditions like bleeding and deep wounds, enchantments and curses and hexes that will cause you to lose health or attack slower or stop you from moving. There are resources like energy and adrenaline. There's so much to understand, and it's just so much. There are a ton, and I mean a ton.
I had a friend who was way more into Guild Wars than I was, and I shit you not, I went over to his house. He had a book of Guild Wars like notes that he had on his desk, and like we all like got like a copy of like Microsoft Excel and stuff in school because we had to do something called an ICDL, which is like the most retarded thing you've ever heard. But we all had a copy of Excel. He was a master of Excel because he had like spreadsheets for Guild Wars, a book next to his desk, and while he played the game, he was like flipping through the book looking for shit. It was fucking wild.
Of side quests scattered around the pre-searing tutorial area, some of which reward you with new skills for your chosen profession, but more importantly, they all reward you with a hefty chunk of XP that will level you up. And leveling up in the pre-searing area is extremely important. If you're not at least level 7 by the time you leave the tutorial, you're going to have a much harder time in the actual campaign. It won't be impossible, but it won't be as smooth as it should be, and I can see it turning some people off to the game. This tutorial area explains very few of the non-essential things to you. The only thing you're actually forced to do before you can leave the tutorial is pick a secondary profession, which... Oh god, yeah, I haven't explained. Yeah, in Guild Wars, you actually get 2 professions. When you create your character, you pick your primary profession, and you're gonna get all of the attributes and the skills for that profession. But then, very early on, you're going to pick a secondary profession, and you're gonna get some of the attributes, and also all of the skills for that profession. So now, you don't only have 9 professions, but you have infinite combos, I assume. I can't really do the math. So you're gonna have to figure a lot of stuff out here. But the good news is that you'll be given a quest by the profession trainers in the tutorial, which will let you try out some of the profession skills before you...
Wait, hold on. Actually... Let me reopen my Discord. The name of the guy who was doing this was Brett. But that wasn't his surname. We used to call him the Salmon Man. That was his nickname because he was even more pasty white than me. Like, his skin was so like pure white that when he took his shirt off when we were playing soccer at school, you could see the veins underneath his skin. And like he would go like a pink color after like 2 minutes in the sun. And so we called him the Salmon Man.
Lock in your choice. The Elementalist Trainer will have you use your AoE spells to fight off a ward of ice elementals. The Monk Trainer will have you escort an abbot through a toxic cathedral, forcing you to use your new healing spells to keep him alive. Oh, I guess I forgot to keep myself alive. Okay. Yep. These quests are, in my opinion,
Guild Wars 1 will do that to you.
To make learning about the new professions easier and less overwhelming. But if I did have to nitpick...
He had like super white hair. He had like, I think he was albino and just didn't know it.
It'd be that these quests are really time-consuming, and the trainers can be several zones away from each other, making it a slog to try out new professions, only to have to leg it back to the original one you wanted in the first place. The Nightfall campaign, the third entry in the trilogy, takes this to a different extreme, having all the trainers in one concentrated area, each willing to let you try out some of that profession's skills without any quests necessary. It's really all a matter of personal preference, and I would understand people who really enjoyed the flavor of the quests, but it can all just be a little much when you're just starting out. Well, it might be a little much, unless you read the official strategy guide. You did read the official strategy guide, right? It was
there. It is. He had that book on his desk as well. That motherfucker had everything about Guild Wars. I remember that book. his copy had a few it had a few liquid stains on it, and I don't think it was coffee.
On the required reading before this video came out, well, I'm gonna have to fail you. And you know what that means. Death. No. You see, Guild Wars came out at a different time for not just RPGs, but games in general. Times when you'd have to go to the store, buy the game, drive home, and while you're in the back seat while your parents drive you home, you read. You read this, and then you get home, and the CD has to install the game. Yuck. Time to read the strategy guide. That's what this is. That's why we have this. And frankly,
oh, it was a golden age. God, it was so good. Oh, this is taking me back. Oh, and it's like when loading bars meant something. Oh, and you'd like put in 1 million fucking discs, and you'd start installing, and it would be like insert disc 3, and then you'd wait like another hour, insert disc 4, and everyone wanted a Pentium 4 because they were like, that thing's a god PC. Fucking hell. Oh, what a good time.
frankly, if you didn't get the strategy guide, then I'm not sure you were a real guild head in the first place. Guild heads are what we call Guild Wars diehards. You wouldn't understand.
Yeah, I wouldn't understand.
This strategy guide is amazing, and I used it through my whole playthrough of the first campaign. It is everything you could ever want. A world map? Check. All of the skills available in the game? Check. Notes from the actual developers of the game telling you about some of their favorite parts of it? Yeah, it actually does have that. Like Tammy, a level designer who likes being a necromancer. Thanks, Tammy, I'll consider it. This thing even goes into detail on some common online gaming terms that you might run into in the world. Like grinding, the process of staying in the same area and killing the same monsters over and over again. Or noob, a pejorative to put someone down. Or even PST, which means please send tell, or in other words, is telling someone to directly message you. I actually learned what that meant from this book. I thought that just...
Now, I didn't learn any of these because I didn't read the strategy book, right? Eventually, that is fair, though, because I did read the strategy book of a bunch of other games. Like the Diablo 2 one, I had the hardback cover of the Diablo 2 strategy book, and I don't know where it went. It might actually still be somewhere in my garage. If I ever find it, I'll show it to you on stream. Guild Wars was the first game I ever heard SMD in. And I didn't know what that meant at the time. And the person who sent the word SMD, I messaged them. And I was like, what does SMD mean? Obviously, the return message was suck my dick. And my response to that as a dumbass little kid was, fine, fuck you, don't tell me then. I'll find out from someone else. That's how fucking stupid I was.
Psst, like, hey, whisper me. Psst. Psst. The point is, Guild Wars is a complicated game, and I unironically ended up using this, even though I just waited 3 weeks for it to arrive as a bit.
Not and.
And now here we are.
There you go.
If you can get one off of eBay, hey, maybe do it, or probably save your money. Actually, probably don't get this. Just Google it. Just Google everything. I don't want to make it seem like I think the pre-searing area is bad. I just want to make it clear to anyone who might be interested in trying out the game that maybe that's not the right place for you to start. I don't want people to try Guild Wars and bounce off of it right away. It's a game that is worth the investment. And that's just what I want to make clear here. I think it's still very enjoyable. Anyway, with your profession combination set, you can get into combat, which at first glance might look like your standard tab target ability bar MMORPG combat, but in reality, it's pretty much, okay, yeah, it's pretty much that. The combat itself is somewhat uninteresting, at least when it comes to the easy early encounters. You click on a creature, use whichever abilities you see fit, and get loot and XP. But
I'm gonna be honest with you. I've been playing Spellforce, right? Because I want to make like a super long video of all the Spellforce games. And I've been playing Spellforce, and I've got to fucking tell you, this was the time of experimentation. This is when things weren't ultra optimized to activate all those little dopamine centers in your head. When game devs still experimented with weird and fucking wacky systems. where like to get to the quest menu in Spellforce, you have to go into your inventory, and then you have to go to the quest tab, and then you have to mouse over like different parts of the quest because it's like set out in sequence, and then it'll pop up with a prompt telling you what you're supposed to do. Guild Wars is the same as that, where it's not that ultra optimized, like super smooth, everything is perfect. It's clunky. But it's like, you know the way old people talk about that one car they used to drive when they were younger? And you're like, this thing is a fucking piece of shit. But when they look at that car, you see nothing but stars in their eyes. That's how Guild Wars makes me feel. It's the same as how Spellforce made me feel. Where like I felt like such a fucking boomer playing that first game. And I'm still playing it. And every time I open that game, I'm like, yep, that's the good shit. And I catch myself doing that. I'm like, fuck. I'm turning into an old man. And I'm playing all these old-ass games. And they're so good. They feel so fucking good. I can't help it.
What actually makes the combat interesting is down here. You probably think,
You've never seen me play Guild Wars 1 because I never played it on stream, Faith. The last time I touched Guild Wars 1, I wasn't yet touching myself as a kid, right? That's how long it's been. And I almost don't want to go back to it. I'm kind of scared to go back and relive some of the experiences of my youth because I don't want to find out that it was way shittier than what it is in my head, right? Like, I relived Command & Conquer, and it holds up. I'm now reliving Spellforce. It's better than I remember. And at some point, when I'm through Guild Wars 2, when I've burned myself out, and I'm at that super sweaty stage, maybe I'll play Guild Wars.
You just showed me that. Also, I've seen this in World of Warcraft or Hello Kitty Online.
And no, you can't bribe me to play it.
But in Guild Wars 1, these
unless you got 50,000 US dollars,
all you ever get. And that is really intentional. At first, this isn't much of an issue, but you'll start learning new skills really quickly, and you'll need to make some decisions. You want to be able to do as much damage as possible, but you also need to balance your resources. Maybe you want to bring some self-healing, or maybe you have a healer with you who you trust enough. For example, warriors have a very small energy pool that they can use to execute their skills, which isn't a big deal because they primarily use a resource called adrenaline that they gain from dealing damage. So you might make the decision to take a skill off of your bar because it uses energy and keep another because it uses adrenaline, or vice versa. Luckily, at towns and other hubs throughout the world, you're able to freely change not only the skills on your hotbar, but also all of your attribute points. And you can even save loadouts so you can quickly switch between different builds that you've made. Oh, by the way, build means the type of character you play and the skill set that goes with that character.
Yeah, that's right.
That's in the strategy guide. You should really be reading the strategy guide. The ability to quickly switch between builds is really important, not only to try out new things, but it helps you plan for certain encounters. If I die on a quest a few times because I get overwhelmed by monsters, I might consider switching to an axe build for the Cyclone ability that hits all the foes near me. If I feel that my party is taking too much damage, I might buff my tactics attribute and bring Watch Yourself, a shot that increases the armor of the whole party. The whole system of figuring out builds that worked for certain situations quickly became one of my favorite parts of this game. It adds another layer to combat that no other MMORPG I've deeply experienced has. You still have to worry about positioning to get off your AoE skills or focusing down and interrupting healers before focusing on the tanks, but those are systems that are present in a lot of other games too. Guild Wars brings something unique to the table. It also means that no two people who are playing as the same main profession are going to be playing it the same way. There's a very good chance, unless you're looking up the meta builds, that you've decided to value skills differently, or maybe your playstyle is more aggressive while theirs is more defensive. It's a lot of extra customizability that lets you express your playstyle through a whole number of ways. But combat isn't perfect.
Yeah, combat's very clunky in Guild Wars. If I remember this right, I remember thinking to myself, I had a few moments where I had like a moment of self-awareness when I was playing Guild Wars, when I was doing everything else except combat, and I would avoid combat for a while, because every time I'd go into combat, I'd start having like existential crises where I'd be like, what am I doing here? Why am I here? And I think it's not down to the actual combat, but the fact that everything felt so instanced that I was like, why am I doing this? There's no one around. I'm never going to see another human being out in this world. And that fucked with me.
Oh god, is it not perfect? It's worth remembering that Guild Wars was released in 2005, almost 20 years ago, so it's going to have some parts that are just a smidge rough around the edges, and one of those things is the movement system. You see, in Guild Wars, you're able to walk forwards, backwards, left, and right to your heart's content.
No jumping,
You're
though.
basically a god of the X and Y axis, a master of the two-dimensional plane. Your only weakness is slight inclines. You can save the world, but don't you even think about a 5-foot drop. You can't jump in Guild Wars. If there's a fence, you have to walk around it. If there's an incline that's just a bit too steep, you'll have to find a path up. If you want to drop
I get why you like it, Super God. It's the perfect white people game. There's no jumping involved.
off a small cliff to get from point A to point B faster, there's an invisible wall stopping you. This can be a bit jarring coming from more modern games where you can run around to your little heart's content, but it's not really a big deal in the grand scheme of things. Until you're walking around the map and you start getting hit from above, which isn't a problem for ranged classes, because they could just cast their little spells or shoot their arrows, but who has 2 thumbs and chose to play a warrior? This guy. Guess I'm going on a...
Fucking dervish problems as well. Yeah. I remember swinging around that fucking Sai, getting so mad as a kid. Why couldn't I just run up to him? I was so mad.
run to try and find these monsters that are killing my friends. Oh, but why did you do it? Why did you pick warrior? Why didn't you pick a range class? It's so much better. They're so much stronger. Because the strategy guide explicitly recommends it for new players? Why would you recommend I experience such tremendous torment in scenarios that, while uncommon, are not particularly rare either? Okay, it's...
Like I said, this was the age of experimentation. This right here is when they were still trying out a bunch of wild shit in MMOs.
It's fine. The strategy guide is still worth buying because it does tell you a lot about the main part of Guild Wars, the missions. Missions are what set Guild Wars apart from any other MMORPG out there. They're the main story driver for Guild Wars and allow the game to deliver the story in a way that no other MMORPG is able to because of the mechanics. To move forward through the story of Guild Wars, they just take quests and throw them out the window and say, don't do quests anymore. We're doing missions.
You forget it is I, the jumping puzzle enjoyer, that enjoys not so secret.
Yeah, but that's fine, because jumping puzzles are completely avoidable in Guild Wars 2. If you were to play Guild Wars 2, like, perfectly the way it was meant to be played, you would never touch a jumping puzzle in your life. Jumping puzzles are when, like for people who had abusive parents or who just keep on getting into relationships where their girlfriend would continually kick them in the nuts and shit, and they would like it. That's what jumping puzzles were for. They were never meant to be a part of the game. They are some sick fantasy by some dev who just wants everyone else to suffer the way he did. You don't have to worry about that in Guild Wars 1, because there was no jumping. But the problem is, what's unfucking avoidable in Guild Wars 1 is if you're playing a melee class, or you've got any kind of flat-out melee build, any slight ledge is the fucking endgame boss.
Here's how they work. Missions are pieces of content that require a group of players to complete, and unlike quests that take place in the open world, these take place in their own isolated mission-specific areas. Unlike the open world, these areas are much more linear, where there's usually a correct path for you to follow through the mission. In these missions, there's...
give me a second. My nose is blocked as fucking. I don't know why. Oh, yeah. There we go. Oh, that's better.
One primary objective for you to complete. There's essentially no side quests. Your only goal is to do whatever the primary objective is. And the primary objective can be anything. For example, the first mission in Prophecies is pretty straightforward. You go north of the wall to go scout out the Char army. The Char, by the way, are the bad guys.
Look how cool they looked. Look how cool they looked in Guild Wars 1. They looked so much better. I'll give Guild Wars 1 this. The char looked way better. As cool as the char in Guild Wars 2, I think they look better here.
That's all you really need to know. You fight your way to the end of the mission map where you eventually do discover the Char army. Great. What now? Mission complete? We did it? We went from one end to the other? No, because we actually mess up and we get spotted by the general. Oof, I knew that was gonna happen. I had a feeling. So now you enter phase 2 of the mission, where you have a time limit to find a new way back to the safety of the wall so you can prepare for the invasion. Here's the thing though, you're being chased down by a ton of Char right now, and you better run. Like, there's no fighting here. You just gotta leg it. I mean, seriously, do you see how many Char are chasing you? You'd have to be a complete idiot to try and engage them. It's just not the way to do this. Because missions are constructed so specifically and in their own areas, they can do cool objectives like that. Future missions will have you do things like destroying separate ballistas or ballistae, so that your ally Prince Rory can get by on a separate path. Or they might have you travel to a fallen city to solve some puzzles within and eventually kill a boss that can just turn into different classes on command and heal itself? Okay. Dick. Some missions are a little bit more annoying, like they'll have you escort this prince guy all around the mission, and he just kind of goes off and does his own thing and pulls monsters all the time, and it's really annoying.
Yeah, I remember that. I remember getting really mad at that. It was my buddy and I. We would group up, and we would do escort quests, and we would both just be screaming at our monitors whenever we did. Because the fucking escort, he would always fucking run off and attack some stupid shit out of nowhere. And you're like, where the fuck did he go? I turned away to tell my mom that I couldn't pause the game. And I turned back and the guy disappeared. What the fuck? It was so bad.
The good news is, he dies, and we're happy about that. This is a good death. In future campaigns, missions become a little bit less separate from the world map. For example, in the Nightfall campaign, you'll be able to travel outside that fallen city I talked about earlier, but only in the mission can you go inside. It makes it really cool and helps connect the open world to these missions, so it's actually really well done in my opinion. And I know what you're thinking, one objective? Lame. I wish there were bonus objectives. Good news! Each of these missions also comes with bonus objectives you can complete completely optionally. These bonus objectives...
Gee, I wonder where Guild Wars 2 got that idea of bonus objectives for their dungeons from, huh? I guess they just pulled it out their asses. Came like manna from heaven. There's no ways they took that from Guild Wars 1, because they're so different, right?
Will give you a nice additional chunk of XP for completing them and help add some variety to the missions. But the most important reason to complete them is the shield that pops up at the end of the missions. If you complete the main and bonus objectives in a mission, a shield will appear with 2 awesome swords sliding in to signify just how badass you are. But if you only complete the main mission, only 1 sword appears. This might just be because I scored super high on the Rad's R test, but this really throws me off and is actually the main reason I completed every bonus mission I came across. Missions are...
They did that on purpose. There was something about that shield and not seeing the second sword appear that like really triggered everyone I knew who tried Guild Wars 1. It was devastatingly upsetting to most people.
Are bar none my favorite storytelling mechanic in any MMORPG I've played. They take you across the world of the game through wastelands, mountains, jungles, and more, all while delivering a full story to you that you as the player are actively participating in. And the best part is, it's all designed to be played with your friends. Me and my friends cleared like 6 missions in one sitting one time. We were laughing the whole way as I was busting iconic jokes that I think we'll all look back on very fondly as we grow old. Well, as I grow old. They're not gonna grow old on account of, well, you know, they're robots. That's right.
Oh, I thought he had real friends. I thought he was going to say they all committed suicide. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm trying to think of how many people I knew in real life who played Guild Wars 1. David, Brett, Stephen, Jonathan. Robert, Connor, Daniel. Of the 7 people I know who played Guild Wars 1, more than 50% of them have committed suicide. Okay, technically only 3 of them committed suicide. The fourth one was kind of like he kind of like turned onto oncoming traffic, but we don't know if it was like because he was drunk or because like he just been like he did it on purpose. No one knows. Or like he fell asleep behind the wheel. No one knows. But maybe it's just that once they stopped playing Guild Wars, the light left their eyes. There was nothing left to live for. What is it with people around you killing themselves? Listen, I'm a millennial, okay? Suicide is like a tradition to us. We have like one of 3 ways that we die as millennials, okay? Cancer, suicide, or overdose. That's it. That's all of us. That's how we're going. That's just how it is.
The party I've been playing with throughout all of these clips, they're robots. Specifically, they're henchmen. You see, there's a slight issue if you want to play with a bunch of people in Guild Wars these days. There's not a whole ton of players. Don't get me wrong, there's still an active community you can be a part of, but odds are you won't find a lot of people running the same missions as you right when you...
I don't know if you can hear that, but there's a man outside my house revving his engine, letting the world know exactly how tiny his penis is. Bravest soul out there. I'm always jealous of those guys because you got to have the confidence of a god to be riding around in the middle of the fucking night telling everyone that you've got the world's smallest cock. What a brave soul.
You happen to be doing them. That's where henchmen come in. Henchmen are NPCs that you can invite to your party who fill certain roles for your team, like healing or tanking or doing AoE damage. And you know what? They're not half bad. They do a decent job of using their toolkits and keeping you alive, and they even act like real players when they accidentally pull a monster. Look at this guy just running around like a chicken with his head cut off while I desperately try to pull aggro off of him, but I can't because he's running away. It's a real MMO experience. Henchmen have been around since the launch of Guild Wars and were intended to be used to fill gaps in your party. Like if you and a friend wanted to play just the 2 of you, there is no need to go scouting for 2 more people to join your party. You could just...
I have a conspiracy theory about this, right? About the henchmen in Guild Wars. And I've never confirmed this. So I'm going to try and confirm this now. Right? (2005) 2009. I think I know where BioWare got its idea for Origins. You know how you like run around with a bunch of party members who follow you everywhere? Yeah. I think I may know where they got that idea from.
Invite a couple of henchmen and be ready to go. I think it's fair to say that henchmen may have taken something away from the social experience back in the day, but the fact of the matter is that missions require a party, and it would be exhausting, even when the game was at its peak, to find players.
No, go give your Twitch Prime to someone who fucking deserves it, okay? I'm a goddamn disgusting ape. I don't know why you're doing that. Also, I can try and stream tomorrow, but I've got no promises on that because I've got a job to do, and I've got a script to complete, and I really, really want to get to editing my next YouTube video because it's been like my channel's dormant. It's not gone anywhere. My main channel. I need to get that shit back up and working.
players to play with for every single one. And now, henchmen are part of the reason this game is still playable and enjoyable today, regardless of the population. I'm really glad they exist, and I think it was a really smart addition for ArenaNet to make.
Hold on. Did Twitch die again? No, it's working.
Considerations to people who didn't want to find full parties or even just wanted to play alone. When the third campaign, Nightfall, was released, you eventually unlocked characters called...
Worst cover ever, by the way. Worst cover ever. Absolute worst cover. What the fuck were they thinking? I remember this. Remember, buddy Robert had a whole conversation about how this was the worst cover that Guild Wars ever put out there because they put a hot bitch on one. Let me show you what I mean. How do you put that on the Guild Wars cover? And then this is your fucking follow-up later. Do you know how fucking upsetting that is to a bunch of horny teenagers who just want to whack off to what's on the fucking cover of their video game because they've got like an internet connection that their dad's going to get mad at them and beat the shit out of them for like capping out the internet for the month? I said this last stream. We were jerking off to fucking curvy trees back in the day, okay? There was no such thing as like uncapped internet. That didn't exist. And then they went and did this for the expansion. Do you know how fucking mad we all were? Like every single one of us was like, what the fuck is this? How can you do this? Hey, what's up, Fandral? How you doing? I don't know why you brought 29 people in here just to be disappointed. Damn. Thanks for the raid. I appreciate it. This was so, like, I gotta get back on this because I was so mad about this. I was so fucking angry. Every single person I knew was so mad. Like, the guy, like me and Robert did the same thing, right? Every single Guild Wars disc we had stayed in its cover. It stayed in its cover because it had a hot bitch in it, and we could whack off to it. And because it had that plastic film on the top, if you accidentally busted a nut on it, you could just wipe it off and you're good to go. Every single one of us bought the CD, took the CD out of the case, threw the fucking case away, and put the CD in like one of those like CD cases where you used to stack all your shit together. Man, everyone was mad. We hadn't even played the game yet and we were angry. We were so cranky about this shit. Look at this. Look at that. That's the cover we wanted. And none of us in this country got it. We all got that fucking cover. We were like, all right, she's covered up, but we'll still bust a nut to that. We'll bust a nut to that. What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? This is how you ruin a game franchise. This is why no one plays the game anymore. This right here. We were that petty. Also, I gotta say, Connor, as a guy we used to play games with in school and stuff, after Guild Wars, after this cover right here, he started becoming like the word back in the day. I don't even know if anyone knows what this means. He became an emo, right? Also, too late. Thanks for the follow. Don't want to miss that. That's my bad. He became an emo after this, right? And it wasn't for the style. He did it because he realized that continuing to do that kept on getting him laid. Sure, they were fat. Sure, they smelled like fish. But the rest of us were virgins. And he was getting laid. He was like, hey, hey, I'll do what I need to. Do you have the stomach to get into these women's jeans? Because I do. Because I know it's going to take me 35 minutes to get them off. But when I do, I'm going to get some of the stinkiest pussy known to mankind. What are you getting, huh? What are you getting? You getting some hand action? Huh? You taking 5-fingered Sally home? Not me. He was like so adamant about this. We were like, dude, you look gay. And he was like, it doesn't matter what I look like. It matters what happens next. Oh, it was, man, high school was a bad time for all of us. What the fuck is this? I don't know what you sent me here. It's highly offensive, but I'll give it a 10 out of 10. Not bad. Bangable, if you close your eyes. Bangable to my buddy who was emo. I'm disappointed by Grok AI already. Everyone's disappointed by it. Have you seen Eye of the North cover? Oh, hold on. Let me see, which one was that? Oh, yeah. One of the guys in school, this was his favorite cover. You can guess why. Yeah, he loved this one. He really liked this one. That was his favorite. I mean, I can't be mad at him for that one. I really can't be mad at him for that one. Also, the Frey you mirror you. Thanks for the follow. God damn. Man, and then they give us this shit. I don't care how awesome of a character he is. None of us were blasting rope to this cover. And that's what really mattered. They could have put random bitch number 27 on the cover. And we would have been happier than if they put a fucking dude on that cover.
Heroes whose skills, attributes, gear, and secondary professions you could fully customize. You could even tell them if they should avoid combat, be aggressive, use a certain skill, stop using a different one. They're basically more powerful henchmen. It's at the point that you unlock heroes that Guild Wars really starts to play like a classic RPG, similar to Baldur's Gate. Before an encounter, you're gearing up your whole party, tossing buffs around, making sure they have the right skills, etc., even though you're the only one playing. And that's fine. It's fun. Sure, it starts to really deviate from being a multiplayer game at that point, but there's still...
I gotta be careful. This is gonna make me play Guild Wars. I gotta be really careful. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it a little bit. It's getting to me.
The PvP scene, which is fully oh my god, have I not talked about the PvP scene yet? Oh my god, I'm this far in the video and I haven't even mentioned like the biggest part of this game's history. I'll get to it later. Unironically, one of the most fun moments I had in this game was when I was struggling through a mission that was particularly undead heavy until I found out that the undead are weak to holy attacks. So I made sure to gear one of my heroes with almost exclusively holy spells, and then we breezed through the mission with no problem. It was a lot of fun. It felt like...
It's almost like the rock, paper, scissors system meant something back in the day. Imagine we had an MMO today with a rock, paper, scissors system in it. And I don't mean like this like one class counters another. I mean like we had some version of certain elemental things counter other things in a significant enough way to matter. But no one really pays attention to that. No one pays attention to that anymore because it's all about the game balance. But I suppose you could also get away with that in Guild Wars 1 because of all the instant stuff.
A real RPG. Thanks, Guild Wars. Basically, Guild Wars is a completely solo game with a cooperative option, at least as far as the story missions go. And that's okay. It's a really fun game to play, and the fact that you can boot it up...
How versed am I in the lore? I remember parts of it, but not significantly enough to like know the entire story. You got to remember, I played it when I was a child, and children tend to behave like brain damaged drunks. So I don't remember most of it, but every now and then, if I like, I'll have a core memory unlock where I remember something about the story that I used to know, and it feels good when that happens. Helldivers 2 had a rock, paper, scissors in mode. Yeah, that's the closest we get to rock, paper, scissors in modern games.
Whenever and play or get some friends together for a session is awesome and has helped preserve the game for 2 decades. I'm thankful it has these options, or else I wouldn't have been able to revisit the game fully like I've been able to for over 100 hours, because there's just so much to see. While missions are the only thing you strictly have to do to progress the story, I think you'd be selling yourself short at least a little bit by not exploring the rest of the open world, because not only is it unironically beautiful in a way only a game from 2005 can be, but it's also a lot of fun in a different way. Running around the open world of Guild Wars, you'll find plenty of other non-essential quests. Most of these can feel a little bit like standard MMO quests, where you have to deliver a message from one NPC to another, kill a monster for an item, or kill a certain number of monsters. But unlike missions, which are on linear maps,
very basic, very, very basic stuff. Wanted to know, do you know what Shining Blade means? I don't think I do, but the word that pops into my head when you say that is Kryta. I'm not sure how it's related, though. I don't have a good enough memory to know.
these all do take place entirely in the open world, where there's more to see or do and unlock. You'll find more of those named monsters and more chests containing awesome loot. And you'll be taken all around these massive zones because, oh god, these zones are literally, they're huge. I don't even know how ArenaNet had the time to make all of these zones. Like, I mean, I can go from here to here to here to here. I hope I edited that to make it seem like it was really far. I'm just staring at my script as I'm saying this. And it literally takes like 30 minutes of straight running to get between places on the map if you don't use fast travel, which in the first campaign...
Remember when you had free time? Remember when you'd play a game and you had free time? Oh yeah, sure, I'll run for 30 minutes, that's nothing. Yeah, I'll gallop across the fucking landscape. Now we need a portal everywhere. We need a fucking express wheelchair that takes us there in 10 minutes or less. No, actually 10 minutes is way too long. I just thought of the perfect system for the next, like, you know, big knockout MMORPG. Is during the loading screen, it just puts TikTok on the screen and you can just swipe up to watch different videos. And it's just different variations of Air shaking her ass on camera as you teleport between zones, because you don't take more than 5 fucking steps without wanting to uninstall the game, because we've all got like a fucked up attention span now. Oh. But back in the day, WoW, RuneScape, EverQuest, Guild Wars 1. Yeah, it's only a 1 hour run, and we might die a few times. Yeah, no, I wanted to play a nice elf, but let's do the wetlands run so that we get to start in the human starting area. Oh, that sense of adventure's gone.
It's pretty likely, since the fast
It's
travel
so
points
far
aren't
gone.
exactly close to one another. The sheer size and scale of the entire Guild Wars trilogy, but especially Prophecies, is what makes just one campaign take 71 hours to beat for most people. And that's if you're only focused on the main story. Factions and Nightfall take at least another 60 to 80 hours on the main story themselves. And when you consider all the extra side quests and grinds you could do...
Let's be honest, if Guild Wars 1 released today, it would be panned as a pile of dog shit. because your modern MMO player just doesn't have the attention span or the ability to do that. Let's be honest. They'll be like, this game's a waste of my fucking time. There's too much grinding. But it's the nostalgia today that keeps it alive. People would be so fucking mad if this game was released today.
You easily have 500 hours of content in the trilogy alone. Again, doing the side quests is optional, but they're rewarding, and it's also just fun. You might unlock new skills that you can use in future builds, or you might just get some cool weapons and XP. The game is going to be long either way, so you might as well just stop and smell the roses. Most of what I talked about so far applies to all 3 entries in the Guild Wars trilogy, but it's important to note that this game evolves quite a bit from Prophecies to Nightfall. Not just mechanically, but on the surface as well. Both Factions and Nightfall explore entirely new continents with different inspirations. Where Prophecies started in a standard European medieval fantasy, Factions takes place in Cantha, an East Asian fantasy setting, and Nightfall is set in a North African-inspired continent. Do you know how rare that is? A game, let alone an MMO that explores North African fantasy, including entire classes that are rooted in that inspiration. It's extremely cool.
It was fucking beautiful. It was gorgeous. Let's be honest. They had the dick and balls to try some shit out back then. Never happening again. What do we get in modern MMOs now? We get ye old English fantasy, Norse mythology, Greek mythology, and maybe every now and then they'll throw in like some token Native American shit or some South American shit, just for the spice, right? Just for a sprinkling of something different. But they won't go out of their way to like try something really fucking weird. That's never happening again. Remember when people who used to build video games had to like research shit? They didn't just like take a fat, hot, steaming dump in your game and then called it historically accurate? Looking at you, Yasuke.
And also ends up being one of the best settings in the trilogy. The decision to set each storyline in vastly different environments does a lot for Guild Wars, and I actually find it to be one of the strongest parts of the game as a whole. It opens up new storytelling options as the writers are free to explore different mythologies, cities, and historical events for inspiration. More importantly, it stops the player from feeling like they're running in place, playing the same story over and over again.
Egyptians like semi-common. Super god. Locktree Field, thanks for the follow. Egyptians like semi-common kind of stuff, like every now and then you'll see it, but I've never seen someone like go out of their way to like make an MMO with like a hyper focus on it. It's always like it's always something that's like tacked on, like a viral wart or syphilis bubble, right? Like if you look at WoW, for example, right? There was Anchorage, right? But that was kind of like its own little patch release. It was never like a fundamental component of the world. It wasn't like you got some Egyptian-themed character or class that was like a fundamental core aspect of the gameplay.
The value of visuals and context changing around game mechanics, even if the mechanics stay exactly the same, is so important, and I feel it's sometimes an underrated part of games, especially MMORPGs. But under the surface, both Factions and Nightfall do play a little different than Prophecies, and it's worth mentioning. Factions was released exactly 1 year after Prophecies. That means a solid chunk of its development was done with the feedback the Guild Wars team had gotten on the first campaign. Playing through it now, it seems pretty clear to me that the feedback they may have taken to heart was the speed of the game. First of all, the tutorial area is much more fleshed out as a true tutorial in Factions, whereas the pre-searing tutorial area for Prophecies was almost exclusively filled with optional side quests. The tutorial area of Factions still has those side quests, but is mainly filled with missions. I personally think this is a much better system since it doesn't allow for players to accidentally find themselves in an area they have no chance of surviving in with no option to go back. That means players who start with factions will be able to understand missions as soon as possible. In Prophecies, there is a chance you get into your first mission underleveled and you're not able to go back to the tutorial area to continue grinding. You're going to have to find another way to level up. That's not an issue you're going to have with factions. But one big reason you're not going to have that issue is because leveling in factions is like really, really fast. After going through Prophecies, which, well, you know, I decided to try and focus mainly on the missions for factions to save myself.
I'm losing myself in this video. I'm losing myself. Like, I'm not even thinking. I'm just losing myself in this video and, like, experiencing nostalgia. And why is there a crypto tag? Sure, it's because I was genuinely thinking about it, integrating, like, the crypto stuff that I've been doing. And the fact that my main primary job and source of income has been the crypto space. And I've been involved in it since, like, 2015. And at some point, I had the idea that I could assist people in that space by giving them decent knowledge and making them aware that 99% of all the shit out there is a scam and should never be touched by a human being. But now it's just kind of vestigial. I kind of left it there because I forgot it was there. One day I'll remove it when I care enough to do so. But let's be honest, Twitch doesn't care, so why should I?
Time because I have a video to make. What I expected is that I'd be underleveled and would have to take breaks to side quest at times.
So you're basically rich. No, ready to work. I'm not. I did okay, right? With what little I had, I made decent profit. But like, the problem is, you can't be involved in an industry like cryptocurrency and expect anyone to take you seriously. And also, Ashura, I can't pull out whatever I've got in that crypto wallet without being taxed to the fucking tits. Right? I cannot do that, or I lose everything. So it doesn't matter.
But no, on the tutorial island alone, I reached level 9. That took hours of side questings and prophecies, but tutorial missions alone got me there in factions in under 2 hours. The missions themselves are also way more streamlined, which isn't a bad thing, it just is what it is. There are players out there who hate how fast-paced factions is, and others who can't stand how slow prophecies is. I personally don't mind the variety and pacing because, well, I had just finished Prophecies, and I kinda liked the faster pace going right into factions. Nightfall, on the other hand, approaches its tutorial.
That's why I said factions. Factions was the best. Top tier. Could always move to Somalia. What, and get gang raped by a bunch of pirates? No thanks. If I'm gonna get gang raped, it's gonna be in the southern tip of Africa, goddammit. If I'm taking the tip, it's gonna be at the tip.
In a weird blend of factions and prophecies, and actually introduces something that neither campaign had before: grinding. Nightfall introduces a mechanic called ranks. In reality, ranks had been a thing for a while in Guild Wars, like as far back as Prophecies, but Nightfall actually forced you to rank up with a specific faction. In this case, you need to either reach a level milestone or rank with the Sun Spears, the soldiers who defend the continent Nightfall takes place on. Either way, the only way—
I never cared about any of that. I just played the fucking game.
To do this is by grinding. You can get these Sunspear ranks by collecting bounties on certain monster types and by completing side quests, so you'll be out there hunting scale and plant monsters for honestly a pretty long time. It took me until level 9 to finally get the rank of First Spear I needed to finally do just the second mission in the campaign. This took not an insignificant amount of time, but it was actually fun for me. As a reminder, this is all still happening on the tutorial for Nightfall, so just some context of how long this tutorial is. The Nightfall campaign felt like ArenaNet's shift to more standardized MMO tropes, something they would do more fully with Eye of the North expansion and obviously Guild Wars 2. I really like it personally because Guild Wars—
it's like they were transitioning. They went in for surgery between Eye of the North and Guild Wars 2. And I'm not talking about a facelift.
This is the kind of game I can comfortably sit there and play for hours on end. Grinding to me felt like a nice break at times. Grinding can get a bad rap in a lot of RPGs, and I totally understand why.
By the way, with how much grinding there is in Guild Wars 1, it makes you understand exactly how insane it is that Noxie actually has the Guild Wars 1 title in Guild Wars 2. It's insane. It's fucking, it like there has to be some kind of brain damage that pushed that person to do that. You see that title and you're like, wow. So, how much abuse did you go through as a child?
But I do think at times there's a place for it, and to me, this didn't feel super out of place. The point I'm trying to get across here, though, is that the 3 campaigns, Prophecies, Factions, and Nightfall, all do play very differently from one another.
Look at that. This is what I was talking about earlier. Look at this shit. Look at this. Imagine you're a 14-year-old boy, alone at home. Mom and dad are on a date. You've got a good, solid 30 minutes before they get home. You can bust 3 nuts out, but you're only going to get 2. You have to close your eyes and pretend that this is not the cover of Nightfall. God damn it. I'll never get over how mad I am about that.
They're beyond just the obvious, like the additional professions available in each, but they're still a part of the game. They all still feel like Guild Wars, and all 3 are worth playing again if you have the time. I know what you're thinking. I have a ton of free time. I'm watching this video. You think I'm busy? Good point. You might be concerned that you beat the campaign of Guild Wars and then it's just like over? It's done? You win? I mean, kind of if you want, but there's way more to do afterwards. As far as I'm concerned, Guild Wars...
You beat the main campaign, then the game starts.
...is an MMORPG, and as we know, MMORPGs basically begin when you finish the main story or leveling up. And there's a lot of the same concepts for Guild Wars. In a typical MMO, you probably move on to the end game where you can do raids or dungeons or other things that give you really good gear. But Guild Wars doesn't have an end game, at least not in the same way. So what are you supposed to do, you ask?
All the extras.
You forgot about the essence of the game. It's about the guilds. I mean, it's called Guild Wars, guys. Come on, you thought I wasn't going to talk about guilds? Guild Wars is kind of 2 games in one. You have the RPG, which is actually 3 games in one, and then you have the PvP, which is like the rest of everything. I think it's fair to say that PvP is what gave Guild Wars the legs that it had back in the 2000s, which was not the case for a whole ton of MMOs out there. There's a whole slew of different PvP types out there. You can do 1v1s or random 4v4 death matches. You can do a capture point game. You can do alliance battles.
You know, I remember now. He just unlocked a core memory. I remember some of the insane shit you used to be able to read in Guild Wars chat, and no one cared. No one was getting like kicked out and banned. Like some of it was so spicy. It would put like modern 4chan to shame. How many conversations did I hear back in the day? Yeah, but you can get around slows, Nutty. That's yeah, duh. Obviously, they're gonna ban for slows. I'm talking like people going into like the hub areas and posting about how they'd like to have you on MSN chat. And then they'd pull you up in MSN chat, and you think you're getting into a group, and then some guy with the shittiest Skype mic you've ever heard starts talking about, like, telling you a story about how he fucked his sister, how he, like, kept on slipping NyQuil into her drink throughout the day until she passed out. And you'd sit there and listen to this conversation for a good 10 minutes before you realized this guy was not going to be in the party. This guy was not going into an instance with you. He was not there for the instance. He was there to upset you. And you have this like really shitty, like crackly mic. And all you just like, and I jammed it in. She didn't move much. So I was worried I actually killed her. But she, like, woke up in the morning and she didn't know any better. And you're, like, sitting there like, oh, Christ. Dude, I'm 14. What are you doing? But I feel like those people just needed to tell someone. They needed to admit to their sins. You know how, like, back in the day, before we had this wonderful place called the internet, right? The only real place you could admit to your sins was going to the confession box, and the problem is the priest will report you to the police, right? So the alternative was hopping on, like, Skype or the MSN voice chat kind of shit and just saying the most insane shit imaginable. That, or you did it at school, right? I've already told the story about the guy who in school used to dunk his nuts in ice water because when he was jerking off, like, he figured out that if he dunked his nuts in ice water as he came, like, he wouldn't come, and then he could keep going. And then one day his sister came home, he left his room, and then his sister drank his ball water. Like, I've spoken about that before. Like, you had the high school playground, you had, like, any voice chat system back in the day, and you had church. And the problem is the priest will tell on you. So that only leaves the high school playground. And if you're over the age of 18, that option's eliminated. Yeah, I'll give you one, actually. I once hopped into a voice chat call with an older guy. It was me, a kid I knew from school called Clint, a guy I kind of knew called Byron. No, sorry, that was a different time. That wasn't Guild Wars 1. Who was it? There were two other people with me, but I can't remember which one of my buddies it was. We sat in a call listening to a 24-year-old guy tell us how he would pick up and fuck high school girls by hanging around outside of high schools, like all-female girl high schools, wearing a biker's jacket and driving a really shitty Honda bike. And he would just hang around smoking cigarettes, waiting for school to get out, and then he would start hitting on girls. Now, in today's day and age, that guy would be on Twitter and then in a prison cell. But back in the day, he was getting away with that shit for years. Man, I hope he's in prison, but I don't think he is.
You could grind the Hero's Ascent PvP game mode so you could work towards your hero title, which ends in Legendary Hero, which a lot of people want. Unfortunately, you probably can't do this one because from what I've heard, it's botted to hell, so maybe don't do that one. You could do competitive missions, which are literally like the missions from the campaign, except there are two teams, one as the bad guys, one as the good guys. Each team fights to complete their objective, which is usually in direct opposition to the other team's objective. Like I said, there's a ton of PvP options out there, but none were more iconic, probably, than Guild Battle.
Oh, by the way, before I forget, that's also where I learned that church girls do anal, right? So, like, a neat little trick that I learned from this 25-year-old. I never put it into play, but I'm pretty sure one of my friends did. The same one who dressed as, like in women's jeans and would, like, pretended to be emo and shit to get laid. He told us that if you're ever looking to like, have a girl who did, like, the freakiest shit imaginable, what you want to do is go to a highly religious high school, because these girls don't want to lose their virginity. Like, maybe I shouldn't be saying this, but this was, like, back in the day. Understand, this was, like, over 10 years ago. These girls didn't want to, like, lose their virginity because some of their parents were, like, ultra strict, and they said, like, you stay a virgin until you're married. So they would do anal and a bunch of weird shit. Anything but the right hole, basically, right? And I remember just thinking, doesn't that mean you're getting shit on your dick? Doesn't that mean that your dick is just covered in shit all the time? I didn't say anything because I was like fucking 14. What the fuck am I going to say? I didn't know any better. But I remember having that thought so clearly. This man's like unlocking core memories for me. This is horrific. I'm not even focused on what he's saying. He's just bringing up old-ass memories in my head. Jesus.
Guild battles were 8v8 pre-made game modes where two guilds would go at it in a...
Ever heard of soaking? It's the new church girl thing. Yes, I have heard of soaking. It's a very old thing. It's not new. Soaking's when you put it in, but you don't move. Apparently, one of his favorite moves, and now, oh god, no. Can I say this? Let me think about this for a second. I suppose I can say this because people have gotten infinitely worse with the kind of weird shit they want to do today. But apparently, one of his favorite moves to do, he called it the Krusty Sailor. Where what he would do is after performing anal sex, he'd pull out, jam it in her mouth, hold the back of her head, and then fart, right? And he said it felt incredible because she was trying her best to get away from him, and he would just keep pulling her head back. And now just thinking about this, I hope that man's in prison. You're referencing me? No, that there weren't any animals involved, unless you consider a church girl an animal. But I'm just thinking about all the fucked up shit I heard on voice chats back in the day. Man, I hope that guy's in prison.
Deathmatch, where the point of the game is to kill the other guild's guild lord. The first guild to defeat the other guild's guild lord wins, and they are forever enshrined in the history of the game forever. Seriously, back in the day, guild battles were one of the main ways that guilds gained notoriety in Guild Wars. The other way was by uploading in-game choreography.
Unfortunately, this is the part of Guild Wars that I was never a part of, was the massive guilds, because I was too stupid to know how to, like, be good enough at the game that I would be part of it. So, like, I only brushed up against the guild component of Guild Wars. I was too young and stupid to figure out how it worked.
Rap dances to YouTube and trying to get hundreds of thousands of views, which somehow usually worked. I'm not even joking.
It was a different time.
I watch these all the time, and they're somehow still kind of entrancing. I really, like, what? This is amazing. To be honest, these days PvP has quieted down a lot. That's kind of normal though, because there's a lot less players. But you can still very easily find Discord communities that organize guild battles every day, or alliance battles and death matches every week. Guild Wars PvP is still alive, you just have to seek it out. And if you do, you'll become part of a really cool community. And if PvP isn't your thing, Guild Wars has plenty of solo achievements to offer. You can grind the gold and materials needed to craft prestige armor like the Elite Dragon armor. Sure, it has the same stats as the other endgame armor, but it's expensive and it looks cool. I mean, seriously, you're gonna look at a grind that's entirely about fashion and tell me this game isn't an MMORPG? Or maybe you hate yourself and you're the kind of person who wants to try and
okay, from that perspective. From the perspective of the end game being how cool can you get your character to look. That you can say is the most MMORPG component of Guild Wars. But if you consider every other system in the game, I wouldn't call it an MMORPG. It was like an instanced co-op RPG with online elements, but it wasn't like a full-out MMORPG.
An MMORPG. Well, you can grind the God Walking Amongst Mere Mortals title, or GWAM for short. The GWAM title requires maxing out 30 different title tracks.
I'm just going to call that the Noxy title from now on.
Tracks are basically achievements, like completing every single mission in the game, or completing every single mission in the game in hard mode, or killing every monster in every area of every campaign. Getting the Guam title on a character is an insane grind, but one that is a status symbol in the community, and in a way, a sort of endgame achievement in a game with no endgame. What I'm saying is, there's a lot to do in Guild Wars after you finish the campaign. There's a reason this game remained popular for years after its release. Hell, there's a reason people are still playing it today, me included, and I'm really glad I was able to. As I was playing through Guild Wars, experiencing parts I never did as a kid, or...
Hold on, I finished it twice, it's not that crazy. I mean, that's easy to say when you're unemployed. When you've got a family to feed, it's a different story.
Getting nostalgic for areas I remembered fondly, I couldn't stop thinking about how great it was that the game is still available, with a strong community backing it. Most MMOs from those days, especially ones with sequels, get unceremoniously shut down, only to be revived by a host of different private server communities with varying degrees of rampant racism. And yet, here Guild Wars is, just as beautiful as the day its last expansion dropped. And it's because even years after the game's prime, developers at ArenaNet still care so deeply about it. Back in 2017, the Guild Wars 1 servers exploded. No, like, seriously, they actually exploded. The server racks, they exploded. ArenaNet's tech director at the time, Stephen...
Shit, I didn't know that happened. I wasn't even aware that happened.
Mark Wilson and developer Bill Freist worked together to not only migrate Guild Wars to the cloud, but also fix the bug that caused the issue in the first place. It was normal maintenance to keep the game afloat in whatever way they could, but it's worth mentioning that a lot of companies would have seen it as a cost-saving measure, an excuse to shut the game down permanently. But instead, Stephen and Bill took an extra step. Both Stephen and Bill...
What gods? Where are these men? Where are these absolute giga chads? It is our darkest hour, and we need fucking MMO Batman to save us. We need these motherfuckers back. We need to dig up their corpse, revive them, bring them back. We need these people. Where are they? Look in a mirror. No thanks. I don't want to crack any mirrors in my house. I've done that enough. We need... I don't know what happened, but we need to reincarnate the souls of these people into the next generation of game devs so that we can have something like this again. Where something breaks, and instead of them going, oh, it's fucked, like, they put their dick on the table and say, don't worry, I got you. I got you. We're gonna fix this. Shh. Shh. Don't say a word. I got you. We need those guys back.
Had a ton of responsibilities, and none of them had anything to do with Guild Wars 1, but they still took the time to fix a bug to make sure it wouldn't happen again even after they migrated the servers. And then they took an even further step. They reached out to the Guild Wars 1 community and asked them what they'd want to see changed or added to the game. 12 years after the release, they were still motivated by this game and the community to improve it. The Guild Wars 1 community flooded them with responses, and Stephen and Bill started working on, for the first time in years, making meaningful improvements to Guild Wars 1. For example, in 2018...
What gods? What absolute gods? Whatever place they've been given in heaven, it's not good enough. Jesus died on the cross for your sins. These guys died in development for your complaints.
2018, they'd release a graphics overhaul to Guild Wars that finally let players do crazy futuristic things like playing in windowed full screen or increasing the render distance. Changes that might seem small on the surface, but altogether helped breathe life back into Guild Wars and make it more welcoming to new and returning players. And maybe more importantly, it was a sign to the community that there were still people in control who cared about them and the game they still loved. Stephen and Bill did these changes all in their spare time while continuing to work on their regular responsibilities. It was a passion project for them. and I can only hope they understand how meaningful their work was. Bill Freist left ArenaNet in 2019, and the Reddit thread announcing this is one of the most upvoted on the subreddit, just behind the guy who dropped 23,000 coins in individual piles on the ground and crashed his PC. The comments are filled with outpourings of love and support for Bill, thanking him for giving Guild Wars a second life. Steven also...
Wait, your stream is frozen. Let me check if that's Twitch again. Twitch is being touchy tonight. Listen, I don't know what it is, but YouTube's perfectly stable. But Twitch is fucking losing its mind. So you may have to refresh a lot. I don't know why. Twitch has shit the bed tonight. I have no control over it. I am monitoring the bitrate. I've got like 3 different pieces of software looking up like what the fuck is happening, and it's comparing it to YouTube on my stream PC. So like here, let me show you what I mean, right? So if you look at this PC right here, right? This right here is the streaming PCs. Right, so this is like gameplay, all of that shit. These 2 monitors over here, right? And that third one over there that you can't see, that's facing away, that I was using for other purposes. That one has a bunch of monitoring software on it. And every now and then I pull it up to double check what the fuck is happening. That tells me that this is a Twitch problem. Because the YouTube stream is perfectly fine. This right here, no problems when I check YouTube. But yeah. So, definitely a Twitch problem. It's not me. If it is me, I'll tell you. Usually it's me. Usually it's my fault. Today it's not for some reason.
Left ArenaNet for parent company NCSoft, but he recently announced that he's spending the majority of his time on Guild Wars, both to perform maintenance and bring new...
Rose, as someone with a technical education, do you at all feel some level of envy or jealousy of developers like this? I don't feel envy or jealousy at all. Funnily enough, all I feel is joy, knowing that people like that once upon a time existed. I feel happiness to know that someone like that was out there looking out for other people, right? I could sit here and be a salty little bitch about it, but the reality is these guys were fucking amazing. And if you are like a game dev or you are someone who's building a project, these are the people you should look to for inspiration. When you feel like something can't be done or something can't happen, just know that these motherfuckers spent their souls fixing problems for others. I mean, like that joyous type of envy. Not even that. I just feel impressed. That's it. Like, I'm just like, amazing. I'm so glad these people existed. Something you'd want to replicate, imitate. I've realized a long time ago, unfortunately, that's not the day and age we live in. So if I'm going to feel any kind of like jealousy or envy, it's that I wish that I had grown up earlier and was around these kinds of people, right? Outside of that, I think they set a very high standard for how things should be done. And I love them for that, right? Now, if I was ever to make a game or some shit like that, I would want an infinite pile of money behind me so that I have all creative control and there's not some fucking publisher telling me to strap 25 different kinds of digital currency to the back end of any kind of video game and forcing me to do that or they shut down my project, right? I wish I had that kind of money. That I could be this almost lost in the art kind of person. But that's never happening. So all I can do is shrug my shoulders and move on. It's like, I don't know if you've ever tried Cocoa Pops, right? I've got a kid, and she's like I wanted to introduce her to the joys of cereal, right? Mostly because I know my wife has to take care of her in like the middle of the day while I'm working, and so I figure when the sugar rush hits, it's not my problem anymore. So I wanted to introduce her to the joys of Cocoa Pops. I made a bowl of cereal of the stuff, and I tasted it. And in comparison to what it used to taste like, the modern stuff tastes like fucking cardboard shit. So I just had to accept this is the day and age we live in. I'm not going to be able to ruin my wife's day by giving my kid a sugar rush. and I had to shrug my shoulders and move on. That's just how it is. It's just life. That's how it is.
Updates to the game. Bill, Steven, and the entire Guild Wars community are proof of how special this game is. It took me seeing a random sale on Steam to finally revisit the game for the first time in over 15 years, but I'm so glad I did.
When we look back and remember the goal.
Also, I'm not kidding when I say this, right? You have to take a real look in the mirror at yourself. If I had an infinite amount of money, if I could do anything in the world, I would probably not change my standard of living. I probably would, like, nothing would really change for me. But if I had an infinite amount of money, what I would probably do is hire a bunch of people so that I could do what I'm currently doing at an accelerated rate, right? So that things would just work out and be way smoother. But the reality is I have to do it all by myself. I would probably stream every single day like a fucking animal. I would probably create like a team to help with my main channel videos. And even if it was a failure and it was just pure dog shit art that I wanted to create in the MMORPG space, that's just what I would do. Even if it failed. And I don't know if I have the singular creativity to create like something like a video game masterpiece at the level that some of these guys did, right? I do have ideas in my head that I've thought about of different types of video games. I have played around in different game engines like Unity, Unreal, and RPG Maker. And there was another one, but I can't even remember its name. And looking at how those systems work, I would literally have to disappear for like 4 years before I even attempted something like that.
Golden age of MMORPGs. We often see the names like World of Warcraft, EverQuest, The Lord of the Rings Online,
Guild Wars 2,
RuneScape, and a few others.
Say
Rightfully
Guild
so. Those
Fuck
were
you.
all iconic and great games, and some survive even today. But
Yes.
I find that Guild Wars is one of those games that, for some reason, has kind of faded from the public consciousness when it comes to that topic. Understandably,
Guild Wars is always... I'm sorry. I'm sorry to say this to anyone who's a Guild Wars fan. Whether it's Guild Wars 1 or 2. Guild Wars 1, Guild Wars 2, it's always going to be second best. It's always going to be the thing that no one's really thinking about. It doesn't have the like mainstream appeal that you see in WoW back in the day. It doesn't have the wide player base where like millions of people are going to be talking about it. It's always going to be second fiddle. And you know what? That's okay. That's actually okay. In a way, there's a benefit to that. Because look at Guild Wars 2. I'll say this again. Guild Wars 2 has pay to win in it. But how much pay to win is in it? Not that fucking much. If Guild Wars 2 was in the Kingmaker spot, how much fucking harder would NCSoft be pushing to put as much pay to win garbage in the game? How much dog shit would be in Guild Wars 2 right now if it was the Kingmaker MMORPG? Probably an insane amount. It's kind of like it's in its own self-balancing ecosystem. Because it's not getting the most attention, it's also not getting the most publisher attention, where they want to fuck up the experience for that bottom dollar. $60 for bikinis every season. Hey, that's fine. Okay, look, everyone needs to whack off to something. But imagine that $60 bikini all of a sudden gave you 50% more power on your character than everyone else who didn't pay that extra $60. If it was in the Kingmaker spot, you could bet your ass cheeks that that would be happening right now. No one would be talking about the WoW token, but everyone would be talking about the Guild Wars 2 token. Oh, it would be so much worse. So in a way, I'm kind of glad. I'm kind of glad that Guild Wars 2, Guild Wars 1, they're all low-key. And if you look at, like, okay, let's take a look at the potential release of Guild Wars 3. Do you think if that game released tomorrow that it wouldn't be full of pay-to-win garbage? Do you think it wouldn't be time-locked, pay extra money to get ahead of bullshit? Do you think NCSoft wouldn't be holding ArenaNet down and shoving so much pay-to-win up its ass that it's unrecognizable? It won't be. We'll see, I suppose. We'll see. But from my opinion, from my perspective, the way modern publishers work, the way modern gaming works, there's no escaping pay to win. We lost that battle the second we accepted horse armor.
I mean, it has been overshadowed by Guild Wars 2, but Guild Wars is still there. It's still on its original servers, and there's still people playing it, and it's still a really good game. Whether you play it alone or with friends, in my opinion, it still remains one of the best RPGs and MMOs ever made. It's a special game, and I think
I agree with that statement. I might make jokes about Guild Wars 2. I might, like, shit on it and make, like, memey little jokes and stuff, but it is a really good RPG. It is something that's probably still worth people's time.
it deserves its flowers, not only for what it was, but what it continues to be 20 years later. That's why I felt so compelled to make this video and to talk about Guild Wars for too long. I don't want this game to be forgotten because it doesn't deserve to be forgotten. And if I can do any small part in shedding more light on how good it still is and how good that community still is, then
it really
I'm
is.
more than happy to do so because damn, this game rocks. So I hope this at least in part inspired you to give it a shot for the first time or
Top tier
maybe
video.
revisit it. But
Fucking brilliant video. Top tier video. Amazing.
not you. You don't get to play the game because you watched this whole video. You're at the end and you didn't even subscribe. Yeah, no Guild Wars for you.
Joke's on you, Idol. I already subscribed to our president. I already subscribed to you, my MMO president. Let me just kick some cables out the way here because I'm running over them with my chair. Ugh.
Instead, public execution. Okay, bye.
Not for me.
Hey, you're a patron. Thank you so much for your support.
What a bang of a video. Amazing. Incredible. I'm not going to watch your patrons. Sorry. What a brilliant video. Now, in honor of Guild Wars 2, Guild Wars 1, let's play some Guild Wars 2. There were 3 videos I was going to watch today, but I can't anymore. I can't. That just made me want to play the game. I just can't. I've got so much to catch up on this game. I have been out of it for a little while now. I have not been, doing much over the last month. I've been busy. I've been watching my companies collapse. I've been watching all the businesses that I set up fall to pieces around me. Some of them are still alive. They're still earning me some money, which is okay. That's all I need. Is just enough cash to keep being here and to pay my internet bills. And in honor of Guild Wars 1, let's play some Guild Wars 2. Is this 0 point stream or story only? This is going to be the story only. What I've decided to do, Super God, is I want to get through all of the story before I even bother with hero points, before I bother with any form of optimizing. Right? The most I did was I emptied out my inventory. If you take a look here, look how clean that is. Look how many empty slots I have. This will be full in about 5 minutes. You'll also notice that I used some dyes. So, alhamdulillah, my brothers. And I hope you like the skin I put on my rifle. And yes, I found this zone. Let's see, what other bullshit we got here? What is this? Is this all the shit I... Oh, it's my delivery box. Look, it's the thing I don't care about. Oh, look, it's another thing I don't care about. Actually, I do care about that if I want to get some terms of knowledge. That's not bad. What do we got here? Grey rat. Oh, fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. I'm still going to do the sky scale thing, so that's going to sit there. Hope you like blue. Oh, fuck yeah, more dyes. You know what? I'm actually really impressed with how many dyes are in the game and the way the dye system works in Guild Wars 2. Hold on, let me read this. Cholmu, BP, JP Tinkerers, working around the clock, big project, VIP, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, volunteered, get help. Holiday of some kind coming up in Terry. Okay, this is one of the holiday events. Right. So, I really, really like the way the dye system works. Now that I've played around with it a little bit, I really like the way that it's not like you get a vial, you use it once, and it's gone forever. That you can do that, it's added to your inventory, and you can just continually use it. You have 10 out of 200,000 dyes. Doesn't matter. I played around with it a little bit. I found something I liked. That's all that matters. That's all that matters. Now how the fuck do I get out of here? It's been too long. That's fractals. Don't want to touch that. I want to get back to the story. But like, just think about this for a second. I have to rant on this after I've done this. Think about how the dye system works. Think about how predatory this system could have been. By comparison. Imagine one-time only usable dyes that you then have to buy more of, either in the cash shop, or you have to grind for like 7 hours to get one vial. That you can only use on one single piece of gear. As opposed to, it's here forever once you found it. That's what you had in Guild Wars 1. I know, Ravenstein. I know. Isn't it crazy that they made it better and not worse? When was the last time you saw a 2 at the end of a franchise name and the system in the new game was better than the old one? Especially for something like visuals, like skins and dyes and shit. And don't worry about buying me dyes and shit. Double click the scroll. Wait, hold on. Scroll. I don't know which scroll you mean. Yeah, well, doesn't matter. All I really care about is the story right now. God, it's been a month. It's been a month and I'm so lost. This is why I need to play Guild Wars 2 more than once every week. because every time I come back to the game, I feel lost. And I feel like an idiot.
Coda's blessing is upon you.
So I'm going to start playing this game more than once a week. Like, whenever I can. When it's not a Monday or Wednesday or a Saturday, I'm going to be logging on at random times and just playing Guild Wars 2. I don't care about anything else. I don't care about the holiday events. I'm not there for that. I'm here specifically. Where is this fucking story?
Welcome.
Oh, that's PvP. It's legacy rewards. Which one of these fucking tabs is it, man? Here it is. Here it is. This is what I care about. This is all I care about right now. I can do everything else later. I don't care if I miss a once-in-a-year event. Because you know what? I'll say it. I'm probably going to be playing this game next year. I'm going to be here next year playing this fucking game. I just like it that much.
There is no profit in the eternal alchemy.
The Twisted Marionette. Now, unfortunately, I think Plant Hotness is gone forever. That sexy little potato who was a little bit of a psycho who did something to me during the Tower of Nightmares. I believe she's gone. Now, where the hell am I? I received a priority message from Logan Towmaster about developing the situation in Lorna's past, Scarlet's latest handiwork. Oh wait, no, Scarlet's not gone! Scarlet's still here. Okay. Massive watch night mechanical puppet chained to some kind of hovering fortress. Was wreaking... by the way, I looked this up... Okay, I looked this up for research purposes. There is shockingly little porn of Scarlet. Okay, purely for research purposes. I am shocked that I got sent terabytes of different Guild Wars 2 characters fucking char. But there is almost zero porn of that crazy plant bitch. It is so disappointing to me. You've let me down, Guild Wars 2. I wasn't able to speak in chat because I've never verified my account, so I just... Well, thanks. Thanks for doing that, Nerdouche. Now, Amazon has all your information. The nearest Amazon delivery van will be near, like, on their way. Fuck your ass. In honor of Jeff Bezos. They're gonna take you around the back. Take you to Pound Town against your will. And I don't know why I'm not using the waypoints. Hey, remember when I said we no longer run around the world and explore things? And we just click on waypoints now? So now you want the char porn. No, I don't want the char porn. I want porn of Scarlet. I want porn of that plant bitch. She's a psycho and she does something to me. This is probably brain damage left over from my previous relationship.
Probably going to die.
But there's something about that crazy bitch that does it. It does something to me. I can't help it. You get to a point in life. You know that phrase? You can't teach an old dog new tricks. Well, if you beat an old dog long enough, he starts to enjoy the beatings. It's just what happens. Can't even remember if I still know how to dodge jump properly. Right. Back into the teeny tiny tavern. I still cannot get over.
Lace curtains here, linen tablecloth there.
She's not here.
And a sign out front that says Delacroix Investigations. Or, stop. No curtains. No tablecloths.
There she is.
And most of all, no sign. But, no. But, okay, maybe curtains. but only if they're black. I can see you're tired and cranky. We'll talk about it some other time.
That's season 1.
Lux, come in.
I believe
Join
so.
us, please. Where's
Yeah.
Graham?
So,
He's dealing with that Asuran cub, his new friend.
It's nice of him to see her home.
He's a good guy, that Graham.
no, he's not.
He's alright.
Fuck Graham, he is hideous.
Long time no see. You should hear what happened. My friends at the Priory delivered everything they had on Scarlet. I also called in Vorp, the Arcane Council's point person. He's collaborating with us remotely.
We need your help sifting through the evidence. We have our own theories, but we could use another opinion.
These recordings were found near Scarlet's lab in Lornar's Pass. You should listen to them first.
Okay. I've said this before a million times. But this character, something about her face, reminds me, she keeps reminding me of the Chinese girl that one of the guys in my high school dated. And, like, we convinced him that Asian girls have, like, sideways vaginas, right? And I don't know what it is, but every time I see her face, I remember that we did that to him. Well, we spent months telling this guy, like, no, you know, it's like how, like, black dudes have longer dicks. And, like, you know, you know, it's like it has something to do with how, like, Asian, like, people's eyes are. Yeah, it's their vaginas are sideways. It's normal. Don't be a racist, dude. Just because you're dating a Chinese girl, like, come on. And he was such a sweetheart to this girl. He was so, like, gentle, and he was so kind. Like, he almost treated it like it was a disability. And he was such a gentleman. And one day in school, he walked in, and he was so fucking angry at all of us. And we knew that something had happened. We knew that that was the day that the scam was over. And something about this character's face just always reminds me of it. It's inescapable.
You've seen me through my awakening, Mender Ceramon.
Oh, there she is.
Thank you. But I'm awake now, so you can leave me alone.
There she is.
Synergetics is endlessly fascinating. It seeks to define the eternal alchemy. The other colleges work within that definition. The potential of golems interests me. Combining dynamics design with statics versatility makes just about anything possible. I like Teo. More importantly, I need to advance my theories quickly, and nobody's better at quick results than the Inquest. Today will be monumental. With OMAD's support, I shall finally see past this world and into the eternal alchemy.
Look at her. Look at that fucking
Scarlet
psycho.
rejected the Pale Tree because she wanted independence. What if OMAD's machine cost her that?
Look at her. She's got plant handlebars and everything.
The moles get magic, Flame gets gear, and I get the weaponry I need. Everybody wins, especially me.
Wait, these two are the reason why there's so many lesbians and gay people play this game.
And nurture its defenses from the inside. The theme is humanity can withstand any test. It's like they're begging me to prove them wrong. It's laughable! See?
There it is. There's the crazy bitch behavior that does something. Gives me a little bit of a chub.
Air superiority wins wars. So build me a comparable fleet, or I'll kill you all and replace you with hollows.
Ah, she's doing it again.
Once more, my esteemed snaky friend, you're doing this for obelisk shards. You want direct access to your profits, right? Then do as I say.
Scarlet deceived each of her allies into thinking they'd gain something from working for her. She'd make a great minister.
biggest disappointment this game has is knowing that you will never watch these two scissor. They could have done anything else with this game, but I just want one scissor scene. That's all.
Ever since I came out of Omad's machine, you've been taking credit for my ideas. They're mine, not yours. Let me be clear. I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing it for me. Nobody tells me what to do. Not ever. It's not true. None of it. I don't have to listen to you. Get out of my head!
That is what AI is for, you're goddamn
I
right,
wonder if
Banatu.
the voices in her head are real. What if what she saw in Omad's machine grabbed hold of her? Ironic that she rejected the pale tree to exert her independence, only to lose it to something else.
These other items are all pieces of the puzzle. Examine each one and let us know how you think it fits.
Alright. What you got here?
I'll never forget how close we came to disaster. When I think about those spores spreading their toxins across Tyria, it boils my blood.
The Nightmare Court and Crate do make a volatile combination. Scarlet pops some horrifying alchemy there.
Still have nightmares about the tower. I doubt I'm the only one. At least Jory was able to find the antitoxin. Can we test it on the sample? Scarlet would have spread her toxins all over Tyria if we'd let her. It's a good thing we found the antidote. She allied with the Crate and Nightmare courtiers to do so. Why would she do such a thing? Why would she ally with people who gave her power? Jesus, that one's so hard to figure out. Cover to grow that fake Crate profit. Why else? Courtiers grew that plant and the Crate made it toxic. The combination was poison. So powerful. She wanted to learn Nightmare Court secrets. I'd probably say that. Nice powerful poison.
This sample is resistant to the antitoxin we used against the Nightmare Tower poison.
Jory, we didn't stop her plan. We just showed her how to make a stronger poison that could wipe out an entire city.
I gotta say, there's two things I want you to notice here, right, from a design perspective that's really, really cool, right? The first is how even though there's a solid object here, I can still read the text of the voice bubble above here, right? Most MMOs do not take the time, or at least the devs don't take the time, to think about little shit like that, and it would be hidden behind the solid object, and you'd have to like get it at this weird angle to see it. Second thing to notice is that between the base game and Living World Season 1, the voice acting quality skyrocketed. It got so much fucking better. There was so much cringe dialogue in when you're leveling up. But somehow in Living World Season 1, it got better. And I'm still, like, I've been trying to figure this out for weeks. I don't know whether I think it's good, or whether it's like I was abused by how shitty the story was in the base game, that it's just a little bit less shitty now, and because of that, it feels good. As you play through all the stories, they progressively get better because of the budget and experience. Well, I'm glad. Now, where's the sample of her underwear? Damn it. Doesn't look like we have one. Okay, what's this thing?
This is Synergetics Headmaster Omad's isolation module. A Sylvari named Kiara went in. Scarlet came out. I reverse engineered an image of Kiara's aura patterns before and after. The schism is pronounced and dramatic.
I remember Professor Omad. He outsmarted me in several Polymark tournaments. No one cares. That's a Sura bullshit. I'm sure he cheated, but that's beside the point. You all cheat. Doesn't matter. Never should have put Kiara in the cube. What can you tell me about the cube? His notes say it was on purpose, was shut down the mine security and open it like a door. Welcome to the truth. I don't care about what an Asura has to say. Cube made her insane. Her vision was nothing more than her mind breaking. When Scarlet looked across the open thresholds, she saw things, and something looked back. Yeah, let's go with the stared into the abyss a little bit too long, and the abyss stared back.
Kiara encountered something that literally broke her mind, but the only things in there were things she brought. I surmise she was directly exposed to a part of her own psyche that had been carefully walled off, perhaps for her own protection. We'd need to do far more extensive study of the Savari dream before I could draw any more detailed conclusions. What I can conclude now is that she's preparing to strike. Mark my words, Scarlet's next attack is planned and ready.
Right, I don't really care what an Asura has to say about the topic, so let's see.
It's so like Scarlet to ruin someone's big day. Poor Queen Jenna, celebrating 10 years of rule only to have it marred by killer automatons. Is that watch night piece safe, Marjorie? I hate having any of Scarlet's machines in the bar.
Don't fret, Angel. Ever since Queen's Jubilee, it's been quiet as a corpse.
First time you saw Scarlet, she was attacking my city and my queen. Casualties were heavy, mostly civilian. Seraph chalked it up to a random act of violence. Little did they know. It was all part of her plan. So it seems. We know she'd been moving behind the scenes for some time, but she chose that moment to show herself. Why? Jealousy? To get the watch nights? I agree with Seraph. She chose Divinity's reach at random. No, I don't think it was random. That seems insane. I'd say she did it to get the watch nights. Those things were fucking bananas.
I think our friend is onto something.
Not bad. The clockwork horrors from the Jubilee must have been Scarlet's second draft. Scarlet got crafty. Instead of pairing up two splinter factions, she stole an entire fighting force, and then she upped the ante with that giant marionette.
You
should,
don't need
Fox.
that kind of firepower unless you're going to attack something really big.
You should definitely ask them that. You should also send them crude but graphic drawings that you've done in MS Paint to put the point across. That way they'll definitely listen, and they definitely won't ban you.
Teams recovered this cooling rod from the Thaumanova reactor disaster. It's steeped in dragon magic.
You saw it, right? The Thaumanova reactor was a terrible disaster. Ellen Keel's investigation uncovered Scarlet's involvement as a special consultant to the inquest. What are Keel's conclusions? She believes Scarlet blew the place up to sow terror. One sleuth to another, that's too easy. If we theorize that all Scarlet's moves have been connected, she must have been after something. I agree, but why? What else has Scarlet said? Mostly crazed prattle. Now that's interesting. Keel's report says Scarlet called the energy flowing into the reactor dragon energy. Dragon my balls across her forehead energy. She also talked about the ley lines that crisscross Tyria. It all tracks back to the ley lines. I'm inclined to agree with Keel. Scarlet's crazy. She doesn't need a reason. She's fucking crazy. But I'm sorry. She is too focused on certain tasks. It's like when you know someone's creating chaos, but it's on purpose, as opposed to it just being random. I don't believe any of her moves have been random. She's too smart for it to be random, even if she is crazy. If you've ever dealt with a schizophrenic person, you know they've got a plan in the back of their head. He's alive. Welcome, Yilki. Good to see you on YouTube, where the stream's not getting fucked up. I'm suspicious of the inquest connection. I bet they're behind it.
Your deductions aren't adding up here.
Yeah, sure. No, that was the wrong choice. Fuck. Keel's conclusion, I agree. No, that was the wrong one. It's the ley lines.
Scarlet and the Inquest turned a risky research experiment into a time bomb so they could study how it ticked. They also discovered new info about ley lines. If Scarlet is using that info to plan her next major attack, it's coming soon.
Let's see. Steam creature wreckage.
If you examine the steam creature closely, you can identify similarities to Scarlet's clockwork machines in its design.
It's like she's modified the Watch Knights with the same engineering.
Steam creatures have been around for a while, and we've pondered their origins with no success. Now it seems we have our first clue. They share many of the qualities of Scarlet's designs. Scarlet was able to seize control of Queen Toe's Watch Knights and twist them into similarly threatening beings. Are you suggesting that the Human Queen... What exactly are you suggesting? Queen hired Scarlet to make her Watch Knights, obviously. No. Queen modeled her Watch Knights on the steam creatures. Scarlet was attracted to the quality of the Watch Knight design. I think it's she modeled them after
The Watch Knights and the steam creatures use common parts. That would explain how Scarlet gained control of the Watch Knights. Their obedience makes them perfect infantry units for assaulting a fortified location.
Yep. Okay. Oh, Scarlet's journal. Is she finger blasting herself to me?
I almost feel sorry for Scarlet
Please?
after reading her journal.
Please say yes?
If only she didn't use Omad's machine. She might be a sane flower.
Those are the ramblings of a crazy murderer. Make no mistake, honey. She enjoys killing. She needs to be found and put down.
I wake from nightmares screaming, confused, scared. It's getting worse. I've decided to talk to a mender. I've probably just been working too hard. Dated Season of the Colossus. 1321. Read on. Every night, the same terrors. It never changes. The mender was unable to help me, and I feel like I'm losing control of myself. Dated Season of the Zephyr. 1322. When the nightmare starts, an entity calls to me. I run to a sea, that A might be important, of darkness, but no matter how hard I try to escape... Wait, hold on. Let's start that again. Is there a secret message somewhere in here? Oh. Terra help me change this date and season of the losing control. I don't see any out of place. Help me. M. O-M. Is this gonna say OMAD? M-A. Yeah, it's gonna say OMAD. D. Yeah. I'm trying not to sleep, too scared to even close my eyes, so scared. Whispering comes to me from the forest all night long, calling me, taunting me, possessing me. Dated Season of the Scion 1322. Tonight I saw D. Yeah, OMAD. There we go. She puts this wacky typing letters in there.
If they ban me, I'll just claim racism and sue them in the Democratic People's Republic of California for racial discrimination under California Penal COE. YKB 1669. BBC subsection T25.
You can do that. But you gotta remember, large corporations are protected, and you're not. Expect a knock on your door from the Pinkertons. Thought I saw it, stared into the abyss, and it stared back into me. So much power. I don't know what's real and what isn't anymore. Dated Season of the Colossus 1322. Control of my world of myself is slipping through my hands, and yet I'm no longer scared. This is some real crazy bitch shit. Also, unfortunately, her secret journal doesn't have any, saucy finger blasting sessions in here, which is really disappointing. I was really hoping for, the removed components of Anne Frank's diary here, but we're not getting that. Communicated with me through the images of death, destruction, and destiny. I must know more. I must confront it and put an end to this madness. Casimir, we've never seen the side of Scarlet. She's made our lives miserable for months now. Still, I can fix her. I can fix her down. No, that's a lie. I can make her worse. Still, if this journal is true, then I almost feel a little sorry for her. What do you suppose it all means? Ploy, she left this journal. Voices, visions, violence. It's clear she's just plain crazy. Something is driving her. Something she was afraid of, but has since embraced.
Scared. What could possibly frighten someone like Scarlet?
She saw something while hooked up to OMAD's machine. Something that broke her. She's hearing voices in her head. But what are they telling her to do?
I do wish to see the inside of Scarlet. Super God. Over and over again. I'll fuck a vegetable before I think about fucking a cat. But hey. Hey! Imagine being such a fucking loser that you get rejected by a horned cat. Gee, I wonder who that happens to.
That's a piece of one of Scarlet's probes. We theorize that this agitated the jungle worms.
This is a piece of one of Scarlet's probes. Best we can deduce they're searching for something. Of course, they also woke a three-headed worm and drove it to the surface. You think the probe caused that? Unequivocally. So we know this is untrue because an Asura is saying it. My colleagues believe it was the Magisonic dissonance probes him. Okay, Asura talk. I'm betting it's an artifact, probably a Sylvari-related one. Probes are just bombs she put up to scare us. Probes are magical and spread out. She's closing in on a magical location. Well, that matches with the ley line thing.
That's a puzzler.
Keel's report.
Dragon Bash was supposed to be festive, until Scarlet killed people with her flying pirates.
Keel did an excellent job documenting the assassination of Counselor Theo Ashford during Dragon Bash.
You should really return this case file before she notices you purloined it.
Still can't believe my Trin thought she could get a seat on the Captain's Council. I'm glad we met you that day. She had to be stopped. My Trin's Aetherblade friends just freed her from Lion Guard custody. That's bad news. Mai's ruthless, and now she's free to get back to doing Scarlet's dirty work again. Mai used Scarlet for her own political ambitions. Scarlet wanted a pawn. I can barely remember the part with Mai Trin. She's probably the most unmemorable part of this. I think she used her.
Are you sure? I can't see your logic.
Yeah, no. Like I said, unmemorable. Probably Theo Ashford.
That doesn't really fit with the other theories
Yeah,
you've been
no.
developing.
Yep, like
Can
I
you take
said.
another look?
Mitron, unmemorable.
Scarlet plotted to kill someone on the Captain's Council to make room for her puppet.
With Trin in place on the council, she could have weakened the city's defenses from the inside. That plan backfired, but Trin escaped to the mists to prepare for something.
It's been almost a year since the Molten Alliance attacked the Shiver Peaks. Dredge and Flame Legion together. Who'd have imagined it?
Look closely at how they combined Dredge mechanical knowledge with the Flame Legion's fire magic.
We missed the initial Molten Alliance uprising, but I heard you were there. Maybe you can explain to me what brought Dredge and Flame Legion together. I believe it was for Magitech development. Exactly, sonic weaponry combined with flame magic, they repurposed Dredge mining suits for use as char battle armor. Developing a sonic magical device for other than weapons. Obviously wanted a battle suit to keep her safe. Dredge were fodder, nothing more. She was after Flame Legion magic. I think she wanted it for other than weapons, but it might be this bottom one.
So dredge sonic technology can be used for probing underground.
And Scarlet's been looking for ley lines
I
with
want
those
to probe
probes.
underground.
She's after the ley lines underneath Lion's Arch.
Hey, there we go. They've synced up.
Scarlet converted part of the Nightmare Court Arbor into her own personal airship factory. She also tormented the Silvari firstborn, Kaith. She formed this alliance
No one cares
in
about
part
Kaith,
to
it's
develop
fine.
hybrid weapons with maximum destructive potential.
Have you spoken with Kaith? I heard she's looking for Scarlet.
After a certain part in the story, you're gonna need 49 more chumps to assist you. I'm on your beck and call.
Alright, well, I don't know when that'll be, Super God. You might be asleep. I might actually have to play the game and, like, find random people to do this. Scarlet is a bad dragon user. Well, where's the videos? Where can I find those videos, Rays? For research purposes. It's incredibly important. Something about shutting a Scarlet's mouth. Something happened between them and Twilight Arbor. What was Scarlet up to there anyway? Scarlet lured Kaith to Twilight Arbor and set a trap with the Aether Blades. She was building an airship there. What do you think is happening between those two? They know each other, but you're wrong. It wasn't a trap. Kaith raided the airship factory. Kaith and Scarlet both admire the Nightmare Court. Scarlet just wants to meet the famous Kaith of Diversity's Edge. Kaith raided the airship factory.
Now she has an arsenal of advanced weapons and an air fleet to deliver them. No city is prepared to defend against an aerial attack. Not even Lion's Arch.
Let's review the evidence. Kiara entered Omad's device, saw something terrifying, and emerged as Scarlet Briar. She came out insane, but there's a method to her madness. We know from Thaumanova that she's researching magical energy and ley lines. She's used Molten Alliance Magitech to locate ley lines. We know that there are ley lines in Lion's Arch, among other places. She's built her own personal army. Crate and Nightmare Court, Pirates and Inquest, Dredge and Flame Legion, and most of all, her clockwork horrors. She tricked her subordinates into doing her bidding with promises of power, resources, or other gains. She modified her poison to be resistant to our antitoxin. She could use it against an army or a city. My Trin is preparing the Aether Blades in the mists for a big attack. There's a mists portal in Lion's Arch.
Jory, Lion's Arch is her target. We have to warn Ellen.
I'll warn her. I'll let you know when I hear back. Make your preparations. Everything has been building toward a single, devastating attack. May the gods show us mercy.
Okay, I wanna make something clear here. Right?
I deserve an award.
Man, my character sounds gay. But I wanna make a point here. You see these two characters here. Oh, God damn
About
it.
6 months ago,
There's more voice
I was
acting.
just minding my own business, and
She posted a help wanted sign, and I was looking for someone to help.
So you met only 6 months ago. It seems like you've been
Notice
together
how
longer.
Braham is absent here.
I'd noticed her before that,
Thank God.
around the city.
You
You
have?
rarely see one of those.
You never told me that.
So you're a mated pair?
Here we go.
We're currently in negotiations.
Hey!
Come here, Frostbite.
What about you, Rox?
Get my dog away from these lesbians!
No. There was once, but he was killed.
I'm sorry. Was he in your old warband? Bram said you were a Gladium.
Bram talks too much.
Don't be mad. We're your friends.
Yeah, what are friends for? If not for sticking our noses in each other's business.
I just want you to notice that the second that Rox learned these two were gay. She's like, get my dog away. I need my dog's coming with me. Don't you fucking touch him. Just immediately. But I just want you to notice something about these two characters in particular that kind of points out a problem with modern gaming, right? So, you see how these two characters are giga lesbians together. I want you to tell me right now. I'm gonna do an exercise here. This will be on the test. I want you to fucking .avif. I want you to all look at this image, and I want you to tell me the difference between these two characters and this character right here. What is the difference between lesbian number 1, lesbian number 2, and thing number 3 over here? Why is it that when you look at the writing of these two characters, they are people? And this right here was such a fucking disaster that it destroyed an entire franchise. Natural versus forced. They don't make lesbianism their whole personality. Yes. Waist size, jawline angle. If you look at these two characters, their entire focus, their entire story so far has been that these are two people who are falling for each other. That these two are written well, that they have good voice acting. And even at the points that they're annoying, it almost feels deliberate. Whereas if you look at this character right here, every single word that comes out of this character, you can feel the devs preaching their own bullshit to you. These two are real human beings. They might be rug munchers, but you don't give a shit. Because there's an element of you can relate to these people. I don't know what that third thing even is, but the relationship between Cass and Majara. Yes, there you go. It's relatable. Ravenstein's got it. It's relatable. These two characters make sense. The way it's like working out slowly over time. And at no single point have these two tried to force some retarded opinion down your throat. This character is nothing but retarded opinions. This is how you write a fucking story, bare minimum. And that's exactly why I keep saying that the Dragon Age franchise is now fucking dead.
Carry on.
You should rest a while before you head out again. Eat, drink, recharge. Good call. Say I wanted to ask, how did your mate die? In a mine cave-in. Damn, I thought he died in war. With the rest of my warband, his name was Nonus. Nonus Pickfleet. It was a blessing he died with that surname. I mean Pickaxe. Pickfleet was his nickname. Okay. We teased him. We'd been best friends since the Farrar. I'm so sorry. We were the pick warband, best miners in the region. We could turn out more ore in a day than any other warband. So what she's telling me is that she's not going to date Brahim because number one, he's hideous as fuck, and number two, she only dates minors. She should consider becoming a middle school teacher. Was it hard for you left alone like that? They were my family. I still miss them. Every last one. I understand. Again, this is a character. This is a character. This is a character. Tash is not a character. Cass is a cinnamon roll. Marjorie talks like a noir detective. Both are likable in their own ways. Even if, Soundless Fern, even if you find Marjorie cringe, which I kind of do, I get it. I understand her character motivations. I understand why she is the way she is, and why they wrote her in that mechanism. I cannot understand how they wrote Tash and thought that this was going to be a good character that people liked. And then force you into dialogue options. They don't allow you to murder her or kick her from your party permanently. Wait, why am I doing this? Again. I just need to teleport. Tash is so tragic, they still could have done the whole gender discovery thing. They chose to make it extremely overt, and that was their mistake. You're right, tech support. They could have had this very confused, angry character who's going through like a real thing because they, you know, they don't know who they are. They're coming into their own. They come from like a fucked up culture that doesn't really accept that. All of that shit. They could have done that, but they could have made her a person instead of a fucking sounding board. But they're too stupid to be able to write a baseline character. Emergency. Lion's Arch is being invaded to Alturians. This is general emergency warning. A few hours ago, massive flying platform sank the harbor. Furthermore, Aetherblade airships, molten portals, and toxic forces are over. Okay, is this another Lion's Arch siege? Yeah, that's the same message twice. I said yes, right? Like, even if I think Marjorie is cringe, I understand the character motivations. It makes so much more sense. Because the developer that calls themselves queerosexual gendermancer is clearly insane. Yes, Lazarus. It makes me, like, it should make anyone who's logical realize no one generally gives a fuck about those kinds of things. They just want a well-written character. Damn, what did the volume drop? Also, not a bad cinematic. Lion's Arch has got to be the most stressful place to live. Hey, there she is. Look at that fucking psycho. Really rustles my jimmies. God Damn, what a hot mess she is. What's in the rubble pile?
I deserve an award. A moment of your time.
That is definitely a girl that would go ass to mouth. Undoubtedly. Okay, I can still do it. I can still dodge jump. Now, do I have to kill each and every one of these, or can I just kind of dodge past them? It's gonna make me kill them all, isn't it?
I feel furious.
Hey, what's up, Moxie? I was actually talking about you earlier. You have to be mentally ill for getting that Guam title. I was watching Idol's video on it. That's just bananas.
May I see
you? Do I still have my keybinds?
Turret done.
They seem to be working. Make your way to Traders Forum. Okay. It's down here. It's surprisingly not that bad. Yes, if you're unemployed. Same thing I said to Super God. If it's your entire life focus, I get it. If you have other shit to do, damn, it's impossible.
Your city is falling.
A moment of your time.
Alright, at least these go down easy. I just wish Scarlet would go down easy.
I'm new.
Okay, this is not too bad because you can just kind of hide behind your NPCs and you'll be good.
I make a pretty good team. May I see you over here?
This game is like giving me a little bit of PTSD. I no longer look at a health bar. I'm looking for if the damn fucking enemy has a CC bar. That's when I know they're a real threat. I don't care about the shiny border around their portrait. Still crazy to me that the story wasn't back in the game till a few years ago. Wait, what do you mean by that, Fern? Wait, did they revamp Living World Season 1? Did they like rebuild it? Is this core NG? Yes, because I have no hero points. Essentially, I'm gonna play like a retard all the way up until I start caring about optimizing this character.
May I see you?
But until that point, I'm not gonna bother. I'm just gonna play like an idiot. So I'm just gonna keep playing core until I have all the points I want. And then I'll worry about it. I should probably be standing here with all the other ranged NPCs. Season 1 was temporary once it was done and gone, so nobody could replay it. Well, that's a fucking terrible idea. How come you make such a decent piece of content
I'm not done with you yet.
after the royal fuck up that is the core experience?
They picked on the wrong city.
This looks like a full-on invasion to me.
Oh fuck,
I think
Braham's
you're
here.
right. They're killing
Oh,
anyone who
damn
hasn't
it.
evacuated yet. We
Never
have
mind.
to get non-combatants out of here.
Never mind. I take
Hopefully
back what I
the Canal
said.
Ward gate to Kandaran Fields is still open. Citizens can
moment of
flee
your
that
time.
way.
I'm not fleeing. I'm fighting.
Fair enough. Then I am too. Hey, Bram! You got some Aether blades stuck in your teeth.
No, that's just his face, Rocks. He was born that way.
Entering combat. Ready
Hello,
for more.
citizen. Put your fucking shirt on. Hey, that's better. We need more citizens like that.
A moment of your time.
Evan Nashblade. Did you see what happened? I was just headed into the market, then we got separated. What am I supposed to do with the caravan? With me, I'll get you to the gate. But what if I
Protect
don't?
my stock. If anything gets broken, I'll be taking it out of your hide.
Oh shit, okay, they appeared there. That's fine. I should have probably, like, took my turrets back, but I didn't. Oh well. That'll be fine.
Safe from harm.
Yeah, I can just stand my way through this. That should be good. Or maybe
Sweet
not.
and steady.
Suppose I'll stand over here. Evan was such an ass during BFLA. I remember the name, but he wasn't memorable enough for me to think about him beyond that point. So I don't know how much of an asshat or not he was.
Might and glory.
I'll be honest with you, I kind of forgot about him. Not very memorable. He's the owner of Black Lion Company. Aha! So he's the one we have to blame for all this pay to win. South Sun is now completely detached thing. Rose will never find it. Same other new players, whole map. Will not organically funnel towards it. Yeah, I'll probably have to look up a guide at some point. But that moment is not now.
Might and glory.
Hey, I'm not doing too badly. I feel a little bit better. Oh, holy shit. You're right. He's the dickhead who keeps on sending mail to everyone. Now I remember. No wonder I wanted to forget him. Fuck it, I'll use my ult. Why not?
A moment of your time. Might and glory. Safe from harm.
I missed this. Oh, fuck. Get the fuck out. Get the fuck out. No. No, leave. Time to leave. Time to leave. God damn it. Okay. Fuck you. Gotta pay the ultimate price. Hello!
Ready, willing, and able. May I see you?
Would that not be the most terrifying thing if a suicide bomber just got back up after he blew up everyone in the shopping center?
Safe from harm. Death stalks me.
I gotta say, I'm kind of glad that our world doesn't work on the mechanics of, like, you're downed, you're about to die, and all of a sudden, all you need to do is kill somebody else, and you can get back up. Can you imagine how many billionaires would be out there on their last leg at like 200 years old, about to die of cancer, and they just tell the nurse, hey, just come here real quick, and they just stab her, and then they get back up like nothing happened. Oh, what am I saying? They wouldn't do that. There'd be a whole system around it. They'd be like ads on TV. Sacrifice your life for the billionaire. Secure your family's future by unsecuring your life. Already do that with kids. Yeah, but, you know, I'm not talking about, like, drinking their blood and having weird rituals on an island. I'm talking, like, you know... all of a sudden, a 3,000-year-old Elon Musk is just like, sacrifice victim number 234, it's your turn. I need to survive, it's really important, but you're not, so... bye. Allah will bless me in the next life. Let me blow myself up. Damn it. Okay, so that guy's horses are dead. I don't even know if I need to deal with these guys.
I feel furious.
Where's my fucking God damn it, I don't actually have all my keybinds set again. I gotta reset them. Every time I open this fucking game, this happens.
May I see you over here?
Where's that guy's donkeys? Did they die? You have to restart that? Yeah, well, it should be fine. Consciousness transfer. They don't want to be in the body of a 300-year-old. I mean... listen, I'm sure they have some weird sexual proclivities. If they don't like him young, they probably like him really old. They want to be inside the body of a 300-year-old. They just don't want to be the 300-year-old.
Safe from harm.
And just imagine one day your grandpa comes home and is like, I'm doing this for the future of the family. I'm gonna sell my asshole to Jeff Bezos. And he's gonna fix all our problems.
A splendid combination.
Isn't that basically the God Emperor? Essentially, yes. Except it's more like a bunch of psychers all at once, so he's like, he got the package deal on that. He's not doing one at a time. You know, he kind of set himself up with that, like, you know, diminishing returns. So every now and then they bring him like 4,000 or 5,000 kids. And like, we're doing this for the Imperium kid. And then they just murder the fucking psychic child. Probably say something like, if you were so psychic, how come you didn't see that coming, huh? BFLA is still one of the best metas. I did it for fun. Shame no one runs it anymore. That's life. You know what the thing is? No one's running Guild Wars 2 anymore. Everyone just cares about fashion wars, no story. Get legendary gear, eat hot chip and lie. That's all of it. Hello. Hello, slave. Ah, I see how it is.
Get out of my way, runt. I gotta get merchandise through that gate.
All the slaves.
Up, Evan. I have
And you're the master. Uh-huh. Yeah.
Evan,
Like,
move
keep
your
telling me
Zodiac.
that the Asura are good
Get these
people?
people out of the city and shut down the
Or
gate.
that they even are people,
That's
huh?
your problem? Don't worry, Shud. I got you covered.
A moment of your time?
What now?
That greedy! How did he shut down the gate? Never mind. Get to the city exits.
Okay. Follow the big green arrow on the ground. Oh, fuck.
I feel furious!
Fucking didn't even notice that bubble on him.
May I see you over here?
Keep waiting for that bubble now. Whoop, there he is. Zero basically is scurrying about as they do underground with it. You know what? I think that's an unfair comparison. Mostly because, you know, the Asura don't seem that smart. Is this Living World? Yes, this is Living World Season 1. The final chapter.
May I see you over here?
Oh shit. When Scarlet was talking about Menders, for some reason I thought they were people, not robots. Hey, thanks for the follow, Greb. After months of playing Guild Wars 2, I'm finally gonna complete one of the expansions. You just farted, Lohang? Well, if you huff it hard enough, you get to call yourself a games journalist and work for Kotaku. So you should start doing that. It secures you a job. If you do it hard enough, though, like, if you really get in there, you can even be a BioWare dev. I don't know why I'm bothering to run from this guy. And yes, this is the final chapter of Living World Season 1 as far as I'm aware. I'm hoping to get through this today. And probably by next week I can spin up to stream a lot more often. Hey, look at that. A whole ass boss.
Dad. Just go.
Oh shit, he teleports. Look at that, came out of nowhere. I really didn't fucking expect that. Jump. He doesn't have a CC bar, so I think we're good. God, I need to fix my keybind.
Did you see that? A moment of your time.
I don't know if I'm jumping over that wave or it's just not reaching me.
Safe from harm.
Typical lag problems. Oh shit, that does do damage. Hold on. Let me just fix my my key bindings here. Using wine glasses to capture for class. Sorry, but that's yeah, they've got no class, so I'm not sure what you're talking about there. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Now let's see. 7, 9, 8.
May I see you over here?
6. Good.
Safe from harm.
Okay.
And the board is gone. Get aboard now.
What? Are they just gonna leave me here? God damn it. Okay. Where am I supposed to go? Somewhere down there. But I get the feeling that going down here is like how I die. Did these assholes just leave me here to die? Just gonna run along this wall. See what's up here. Now I'm exploring. Can't go that way. But I can jump down here. That's right, fuck you. I'm not fighting all those. Rem is in charge of who gets on the ship. Yeah, that makes sense. Obviously, he would perceive my character as the greatest threat towards him getting some cat pussy. Makes sense. If I was an incel like Brahim, I too would consider every other creature with a penis a threat to me ever getting laid.
Might
So, I mean, yeah, I get it. Can't be mad at him for that. Wait, what does the green completion bar day in the top right? I have no idea. I suppose I'm supposed to help people get up and stop being pussies.
Ready for more.
Okay, now we can get out of Lion's Arch. Okay. I had to fill the bar. And the temperature's been turned up, from what I can tell.
Of your time.
I don't think I'm gonna make this. Nope, never mind. I made it. Get the fuck out of here. Of course I can't read. Devilish. The fuck do you think I am? You think I'm a goddamn Muds player? That was for when I was younger.
Valuable.
And there was still light in my eyes. Now I'm an MMO player. Reading is a chore. Right, Lion's Arch is fucked. Now we have to go over here. There's a hero point along the way. It's back to good old Vigil's Keep. You know, the one faction, the one of those three groups that actually does something.
Don't you miss your warband?
No. This is where I'm needed.
Welcome, recruits. You now join the proud ranks of the Vigil. Our mission is simple. We are here to defend those threatened by...
Priory is also cool. I don't know if molesting kids is cool. I'm not so into the church stuff like that, you know. Ever since I was a little boy, I've always been neglected. Only the attractive kids got to go meet Jesus in the back room, and I wasn't one of them, so, like, I still hold, like, a little grudge in my heart against it. I never met Jesus in that back room. But the kids who did go back there told me it was a life-altering experience and that they'd never be the same.
Could that have been any worse?
We saved some, but how many people are still in there?
Shut up, Brian.
I'm gonna break Scarlet in half.
Ugh.
Hold on to that thought.
It
won't be long.
You don't
before
get
we
to say
another
those
chance
words
to go
about
back in.
Scarlet.
Next time we save as many as we can. I'm not stopping until they have to carry me out. Is it time yet?
No, Bram. Be patient. We can't go in too soon. The miasma has to dissipate first.
How come Marjorie's antidote isn't working anymore?
Seems Scarlet improved her recipe.
Oh, now we have to talk to a not human being. I keep hearing the most terrible stories from people coming out of Lion's Arch. Is it all true? Those and more. I set up Scruffy's hollow emitter, Vorp's assistant. Yeah, okay, you're an Asura. You don't matter.
You're finally taking a break?
Turns out I got a volunteer.
Is that a golem?
Don't knock it. It doesn't sleep, doesn't need to eat, doesn't feel demoralized by dying patients. The thing just showed up wanting to help. At this point, I could use it.
Greetings, I am Helotron. I will
Don't
be
trust
your
it.
designated health repair unit.
Oh no. No. I am not getting worked on by a machine.
Negative thinking impairs recuperation. Please remain calm. Now tell me where you are ailing.
Are you joking?
Does this unit match the appearance of a no-talent minstrel? Now report your injury status. Any delay could mean your expiration.
What's my favorite race? Everything that's not Asura.
Consortium programming offers basic analysis of chemical compounds. Analysis underway.
Can you find a cure?
For current late-stage patients, Negative. However,
See,
infection
you're fucking
appears to be
useless.
counteracted by
Goddamn
sub-Aether
Asura
in a
machines.
localized energy field.
Where am I?
A Lion Guard field hospital.
Can barely breathe. Lungs and eyes feel on fire.
It'll pass. You need to take it easy. Now I need your name and unit for the records.
Drax Tenderstride, Private, 6th Harbor Detail.
That's fine, soldier. Get some rest. He'll be gone in an hour. Add his name to the list.
Hey, there we go. Hey, we need more injured patients like this, lady. Get more of these in here, though. These ones are, fuck all these other ones. We need more like this. Anyway, I'm just imagining, you know how like artists are doing that thing where you can like poison an AI with your art, so when it like scans it, it fucks up the AI. Imagine the medical industry tries to like build an AI robot that does like health repairs and shit, but people poisoned it, so it's like you keep telling the robot like you've got skin cancer, and it's just like, yes, now hold still while I shove this up your ass, cause all the data's been corrupted. Skynet invasion in the Terminator was gonna happen, it's just not nearly as cool as what you think it was gonna be. I'll talk to the robot. It's more sentient than the Asura, at least. Simple drawn diagrams attached to Scruffy's controls must be the hologram recording setup. Access record set. Raim's friends M and K. Recording. Jesus Christ. Human stuff.
So, this is what it's like to
Holy
have a
shit.
mission. To be an adventurer. Danger. Risk.
You don't have to do this, sweetheart.
I know I don't. But being with you has made me want to be a better person. And this is what better people do.
Just hold on, excuse me. I need to set this up. Let's try that again.
So, this is what it's like to have him.
You don't have to do this, sweetheart.
I know I don't. But being with you has made me want to...
No, that's not good enough. That's not good enough. That's better. Fuck off. I'll make this. Yeah, there we go.
So, this is what it's like to have a mission. To be an adventurer.
Where's the second half of this recording?
You don't have to do
I didn't come here for the plot. I came here to jerk off.
But being with you makes me want to be a better person. And this is what better people do.
Yeah, it's what better people do. Come on. Get naked now. Damn, don't you hate it when they only give you the teaser in the porno video and then they make you pay for the rest? Captain's M&K notes. None of this. Oh, Scarlet. Oh, hello.
Ellen.
Oh, damn it, it's not actually Scarlet.
I should have pushed the council more.
I've been catfished.
Maybe I wouldn't have failed.
I didn't come here to see big hairy men. No, fuck this recording. Give me something else.
We did all we could.
Hell of a thing, being right about an impending disaster. But we'll take back the fort and the city.
And then put a boot upside Scarlet's head.
Damn right.
Lunar's Pass. Anything interesting here? Nope. M&K. Dawn eyes.
My eyes.
Oh, for fuck's sakes. Okay, fuck these recordings. This one's bust. Nope.
Don't be. Haven't had a good scar in ages.
Nope. Okay, all of those recordings are out. We know that's not the porn tag we're looking for. We know Braham's probably like, you know, Braham's that guy at a shopping center standing around with his phone at like waist height, waiting for women to walk past in skirts. So, I mean, it's probably somewhere under the Braham recordings, right? Going back in.
Looks like the miasma's clearing out.
Hey, there we go.
You sure you wouldn't rather stay here? Not on your life. Where you go, I go. Kaz, come on. Let's go save some people.
Save some people, yeah. His name is Goldclaw. Isn't that the porno guy in this universe? Isn't he the guy who, like, writes pornos? I'm pretty sure I've seen that before. Nothing there. Nothing there. I've seen enough. I don't need to see more hairy men on the floor. Man, all I need is one scene with those two lesbians.
They've been pulling out of the city.
Just one.
Not around the civilians.
I don't even care which one of them is saying sesame timbers. I just want to hear them say it. Oh, hello. I'm sorry. But you're just a cheap knockoff of the Queen. You don't hold a candle to her.
I warned Magnus. I warned Keel. I warned them all. I told them Scarlet was
She's
going
naked.
to attack the city. Did the council listen? No.
I've said
Because
this
of
before.
them, your friends, your neighbors,
Hold on.
dead.
This might be important.
Now I know why he's Captain Magnus the Bloody-Handed. He has the blood of all those innocent people in Lion's Arch on his hands.
Heaven Nashblade?
What is it? Shouldn't you be failing at your job somewhere?
You've been hereby conscripted to Lion Guard service under General Emergency Statute 14.
You're joking. Someone tell me this sorry idiot is playing a joke on me.
For the duration of the emergency, you and Black Lion trading post agents will act as deputy quartermasters, outfitting all active personnel.
And what if I refuse? What if I pull up stakes and leave you suckers in the dust?
Considering you are now technically a Lion Guard supply officer, desertion would mean confiscation of your
I wouldn't
wares
take
and summary
orders from an
execution.
Asura either.
So, it's either get robbed blind by you Lion Guard or get hanged?
Firing squad, actually. And it's not you or us anymore, Quartermaster Nashblade. Speaking of which, we need 24 swords, 12 axes, 20 shields, and 40 rifles.
Just tell me one thing. Keel, she's dead, right? Come on, give a guy good news.
She and Captain Magnus are at a relief camp to the south, and your deputizing was Captain Keel's idea.
Of course it was.
Damn. Add insult to injury, they made an Asura tell him the news. Now, I've said this before, right? But if you ever see an Asura walking around like this, like, now keep in mind, I mean, not an Asura, a Sylvari walking around like this, right? Sylvari are made of plant material. So this is essentially the same. This is essentially the same as if a human being was walking around dressed like this shit. There's some Hannibal Lecter shit going on here. Gotta be careful with them, Sylvari. The males are in the most danger because it's like you whip out your dick and she might bite it off like it's a banana.
The enemy's in there. Why are we standing around with our weapons in our hands?
Save that energy. We'll be leading the charge just as soon as a gust pushes the miasma out to sea.
The Inquest dissected some Sylvari. They have no genitals. That sounds like typical Inquest propaganda. Like, you know how, like back in the day when the British were, like, invading other countries? And they were saying, like, you know, black people aren't really people because the skull or some, like, shape or some shit was different? Yeah, that's what the Asura are doing. Right? Fun story I've got for you. Right? When the British started invading Africa, they came across some of the southern African Bantu tribes, and they picked a fight with them. Now, as you can imagine, the British had guns. These African tribes didn't actually have guns. And in some of the British soldiers' reports, they would say shit like, we can't classify them as a human being because there's no fucking way that a human could throw a spear with that much power and force. They were like, this is some kind of animal that's shaped like a human being. They came up with every excuse under the sun to not classify them as people. They were literally so mad that these fucking spears were just coming out of nowhere and they'd impale one of them, that they were like, this is not a human. People can't do that. I've never seen a fucking human being do that. No, that's not a person. Some of the reports they put out were so fucking wild. Literally didn't spec into spear.
You have a complaint?
And they got fucked up by it.
A good day.
And they were like, no, that's not normal.
We're looking for a golem. It's been,
You're kidding. I thought you were the first of a relief effort from Divinity's Reach, but you're here for a golem?
Have you seen one? Small, ovoid-shaped, 2 arms, hovers, sarcastic tone.
Yes, it's my backup medic.
You are ordered to hand over the golem immediately.
You want me to give over the only combat medic I have? Go eat your sword.
Orders are orders. The golem is wanted on an outstanding warrant.
What's the charge?
Aiding and abetting a known mass murderer, Scarlet Briar.
You're joking. No, I don't think you've ever joked in your life. God, I'll go find him.
Another one of the fancy tricks that the Bantu tribes came up with, right? That actually worked surprisingly well. So they had, like, shields that were made out of, like, animal hide.
How may I assist you?
These Seraphs say you helped Scarlet. Fess up. Is it true?
Oh, well, hold on.
It's lying. It was seen in Scarlet's presence when she attacked the Queen's Jubilee.
I agree.
I was captured and forced into Scarlet's service. This unit has no loyalty to her.
That's exactly what an Asura piece of shit tin can would say.
We got injured to treat.
It seems this golem left out a few crucial details, such as his being found guilty of aiding Scarlet.
You were found guilty of helping the psycho who's hammering our city?
Affirmative. However,
nothing. Get away from my patients. You're probably behind what put them here. Get out!
You heard the lady. Come with us. Now.
Negative. I paid my debt
This
to
is
the people of
robo-racism.
Divinity's Reach. I raised thousands of gold for them during Winter's Day. I overheard Seraph talking about using this unit to...
Enough. Come along right now. You have nowhere to run.
Negative. I will find an alternate solution. This unit is no longer in your possession.
He runs away. So, like I was saying, one of the things that worked surprisingly well against the British muskets at the time, because, you know, they used to use round ammunition in their guns. which is basically small metal stones, as opposed to like the aerodynamic bullets we use today with the spiral and the fucking barrel and all of that shit. The Zulus figured out that they had a better chance of survival if they actually took their animal hide shields and dunked them in water and soaked them, because it made the animal hide far more, it gave it more mass, but it also made it more flexible, right?
Golem lives matter, fuck the Lion Guard.
And so what's really interesting about that is so they were soaking their shields in water, and they'd pull them up against like a British musket, and like 70% of the time it wouldn't go through the shield. And as you can imagine, this was kind of pissing the British off. And when they started, like, whenever they like captured them and they had like someone who did speak enough to interpret, what the tribes would just say to them is, fuck you, it's magic. They'd be like, no, we're using special magic, that's why it's working. And the British, instead of thinking, these guys are fucking lying to us, in this state of propaganda, they were like, this is just proof that these guys are animals because they believe in magic. It's like, it's one of the wildest times in human history, because they were like so desperate to be like, we're not killing people, these are not people, that they came up with every excuse under the sun to just keep doing what they were doing. It's like real wacky shit. Like, it's like something you would expect out of like the Warhammer universe. Yeah, King Leopold was a different story. That motherfucker was vicious. Holy shit.
You want a combat chest?
No high fives for anyone under his rule.
No weapons? What are you, crazy?
Logic circuits are nominal. Is this
I'll read the letter now.
feasible?
Yeah, the amplifier. That'll take a while. I'll be honest, never had a Gollum customer.
Will this irregular customer interaction delay delivery?
No, I don't usually ask this, but what's all this for? I mean, the Lion Guard's watching me close. You ain't gonna kill us all in some Gollum uprising, right?
Negative. Non-hostile intent.
You better be right. This design of yours. You want to take a beating but not dish it out?
Affirmative.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to be asking for payment in advance.
Error. I lack the sufficient funds.
Then go away. I don't work for free. Well, except for the Lion Guard these days. Damn that keel.
Accessing pleading subroutine.
A begging Gollum. This ought to be a laugh.
This unit paid its debt to Divinity's Reach. The Seraph want to use me for an endless series of tasks. If I can aid in the assault against Scarlet, I calculate the act will earn goodwill and prove I am not her minion.
Sounds like the Seraph won't care. The Captain's Council might. Maybe we can come to some kind of arrangement.
You know what? Timu R2D2 here is slowly winning me over. Maybe I've misjudged him. Also, I want you to note that the Lion Guard came and found the blackest char they could and fucked his life up. They could have chosen anyone else, but they were like, that one is a little bit too dark for my liking. I'm just saying, every now and then this game does something that's a little bit fucking wonky. Rox finds out that those two are lesbians, and she's immediately like, I need to get my pet the fuck away from them. No, I don't want you to catch the gay. Get away from them. He's got Braim's voice actor, and everyone hates Braim. Well, at least the voice actor did a good job. I mean, I do feel like it's a blemish on his career that he had to play such a retarded character, but hey, you don't get paid to have an opinion on what you have to say into the mic. Hold on. Is there another thing here? No. Let's read the letter. But taking back Lion's Arch. The Lion Guard have regrouped and we are ready with our allies from the Vigil, Priory, and Order of Whispers. Okay, so 1 out of 3 is not bad. We will storm Lion's Arch, establish rally positions, cut down Scarlet's forces, and take the fight to Scarlet herself. After a year of suffering, invasion, death at her hands, we have Scarlet tight out, right, where we want her. Sorry, there was a slip. Come to Lion's Arch with your rage and your best weapons. Show no mercy to Scarlet and her damn followers. Today begins a battle that will be sung about for years. That's what they said about the first 2 times Lion's Arch was attacked. I don't say anyone singing about that one. So remember his birthday. I will never remember his birthday. That lonely fuck can go die in a hole for those messages. What the hell group am I being pulled into here? Now's the good part. What the fuck is that name? Jesus Christ. You know, the skins are a little bit, you know, ridiculous in this game. I do have to say that. What do you have to say for yourself?
The Legion calls.
Commander, it's a relief to see you joining the offensive. The Lion Guard, the orders of our allies, are pushing in from the sides. We're retaking Lion's Arch here and now. I don't know if we're supposed to wait for more people or just go in. Do we go in or need to wait a little?
Furious.
MVC. Okay. I will hop in voice chat and then I'm going to hop back out because I want to focus on the story after this component is done. Can you hear me? Okay, of course my disc... Okay, yeah, of course. I can see his name lighting up, but I can't hear him. Of course. There's nothing quite like a non-working Discord. Oh, he's saying things, but I can't hear him. Man, I thought I fixed this problem after the Mukluk dilemma. Apparently not, huh? Apparently I can go fuck myself. See if that works.
Tristan, hello.
Say something.
Oh, yeah, I'm speaking loud and clear right now.
Hey, there we go. Okay, it's working, and people can hear you.
Fantastic. You don't need to hear my voice. The other random people. What we need to do is we need to get as many people as possible. I'd like 30, but at this hour, I'll take 20. It'll be a push, but we can do it. I believe in everyone.
Fine.
I've poked in guilds, but good morning. Yeah, you get an invite. I'm harassing people now to join.
I don't know who Chris Kova is.
The random guy that was standing here. I'm just sending invites to people that are in the vicinity.
Okay, what if I just say cancel? What happens then?
It just says you kicked him from squad, which is fine, not the end of the world. But...
Whoops! I thought that was just like, I thought they were inviting me. My bad.
No. I'm sending out the invites, and then for some reason, ArenaNet have allowed for everyone who's in the squad to just like cancel the invite sent even by if it's by a commander or a lieutenant.
Wow,
because
that's
ArenaNet is smart.
fucking stupid. No, this
It
is
is.
not NA, it's EU.
Yeah, it's EU. I'm gonna put my squad join command. Devilus, yes, please, Devilus.
Okay,
Just squad
listen.
join.
I'm all for
Aurora.
teaming up.
Forward job.
All I'm saying is that fucking Doflamingo from fucking One Piece?
Probably.
What
I
the
don't know.
fuck? Like,
Mine
I've
is
been
an
watching
original
One Piece.
character, okay? Mine
Oh,
is an original
Jesus
character.
Christ.
She's a Roman goddess of lightning. Come on. That beautiful first name. Who
Oh,
the fuck
damn.
is that gay ass Char? Sure. You should know who it is by now. Yes, honey, it's me.
I joined, but I'm on NA. Don't worry about it. I don't
10 people. This is good.
begrudge anyone. The only reason I'm not on NA is because I have to deal with double the ping if I'm there. Things are bad enough as is playing on 175 ping average.
Also, courtesy of my favorite common fruit, we have got instructions that I can copy out for people as we go in. You will not be able to read them. I will translate them into English after.
Okay.
It's all been ooh-ooified.
Look, as long as if at some point in this raid Scarlet falls on her back, I get dibs first.
Sure, we'll go with that. Shlong Kong, you're on NA, aren't you? I need you.
Yes.
I need an EU account. We need EU accounts here.
I need to fix this.
I wish I was still in like. Wait. Can I post in Generat? Doing BFLA /
Fixed. Focused.
Aura.
Concentration.
Wait, how bad is this raid that you need this many people? Like, what would have happened if I went in alone?
I have soloed all the bosses up to the final guys, but then the final guys, they have a timer, and they all have to die within 30 seconds of each other.
Angry Bush.
Like, coordination, and it's 3 different enemies on 3 different.
Sweet and steady.
Yeah, ArenaNet are a big fan of kill bosses at the same time, especially in the open world.
Angry Bush is exactly what I was calling my wife after I told her about the live-action remake of Hercules.
I'm gonna post that over here in this dead guild as well while I'm at it. I'm tempted to ask Void,
You can be fine solo, just can't finish the whole thing. 3 bosses have to die together, so it's a hectic run. Oh, it's one of those, like, sync up kind of things. Did they dig out and reanimate Kevin Sorbo? No, they probably just replaced him with someone in a wheelchair or some shit.
Oh, that was in general chat. Should be in general
Scaling.
chat.
The more people, the tougher the fight. Wait, so does the fight scale?
There is a scaling component, which is why I'm okay with as little as 30, but the scaling is still lower than how much each individual person adds on average. So the more people, the easier on average. You can have a person like sort of... Well, we can have you in the squad, let's put it that way. So your amazingly high quality gear and your high levels of skill.
Yeah. That's not what I'm here for.
I could be in squads, right? Does anyone know if I'm supposed to be in Central Terria squads or if I'm supposed to like go to the Season 1 chat, LFG? I haven't actually LFG'd before. Where party? We are in, again, Darren Fields.
That's...
Don't leave! Okay, well, one guy's leaving because he doesn't...
Alright, well, while this is going down, I'm going to be right back. I'm just going to take a quick piss because I can see this is going to take a while.
A minute or 2, yeah. Oh, go pee.
That explains a lot. I was like, why the fuck isn't this working?
Just going to be right back.